Right now, yeah. Even though I'm sure it doesn't belong to the name. There's often it was probably, or at least just these. That.
We should go to this.
Yes.
Oh, right. I agree. After all, this would be good soon for one big house. And then actions.
And
No, we can just start. The participants were that.
so you have a lot. Wow. Sweet, so we don't have to.
You just propose to stop.
Yeah. Even though I'm sure it does. So, you don't look at that. See you about you got this training.
So this one, what you need to worry about right now is the presentation one. So this was related to the written plan. So this one. April.
Cool.
This one.
Keeps them off on this computer.
So
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. These are much easier. Yeah. And then
Less-
other sport sheets.
Brown straight in there, do that, that's slowly. And then get it. There.
We can get that, we can make that happen.
So that'll be.
Sure. I know we have nine.
But I think.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so this is just like some.
Whatever. Sure.
Yeah. It's fine. It's no longer work. It shows up.
You're on stall. That's fine. We can just roll it out. I know where to hang There you go outside. Yeah. We saw him when the go. Super Tom. Oh. It's like. Oh, yeah.
The one that oh, you need to cut some from the copy. You should play.
And then they will be back. And I'll also do this one. So, because this ends. When did you get? No, I mean, sorry. You got that. It's in my backpack in the school. The one we, yeah, and we're bring it over here. Yeah, can you go? Sweet, yeah, thank you. I'm going to. Is Mason Brady here? We can get your PowerPoint loaded up while we're waiting. Is it our thing? I can just double check if you wanna come up real quick, double check since you're first. Raise that folder to the desktop. Where we're talking about sales things. Okay, so when we start, I'll start, introduce, and then let Mason go. Price safety for them again. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. Are we recording? Yes. Yeah. You started recording. Yes. And so I want to stand around the middle of the room. Ready? Awesome.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 9th annual Hawk Tank Business Plan Competition. My name is Dr. Michael Valdez, and I'm the co-director with Dr. Lorraine Taylor of Hawk Tank. This morning, like we start every major event here at Fort Lewis College's campus in Durango, Colorado, we like to begin with our Fort Lewis College land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land that Fort Lewis College is situated upon is the ancestral land and territory of the Ute people who were forcibly removed by the United States government. We also acknowledge that this land is connected to the communal and ceremonial spaces of the Hickory Apache, Pueblos of New Mexico, the Hopi, and Dene nations. It is important to acknowledge the setting because the narratives of the lands in this region have long been told from dominant perspectives without full recognition of the original land stewards who continue to inhabit and connect with this land. Thank you for your attention and respect in acknowledging this important legacy. Thank you all. First of all, I wanted to do a quick shout out to our Hawk Tank judges who have read 9 business plans, are fully ready to judge and ultimately help and be responsible for awarding $10,000 to the top team, a college team of Hawk Tank. For judges, we have Mr. Bill Luthi, Vice President of Baird. We have Nate Lee, Vice President from Bank of America. And we have Zeb, who is our first Hawk Tank winner. That's a judge. And he runs Aziz's performance and repair, who's also my personal auto mechanic, so that's also a blessing. So Zeb, thank you so much for joining us. So without further ado, let's get it started. Thank you all.
Start what
whenever you're ready, I just need 15 minutes.
Well, I think like a 2.1.
Yeah, I'll give you 5 for you.
Okay, so my company is MERBA. It stands for Machine Research Benefiting All. And before I begin, I want to give you a little story of a little bit of the reason I started this company. So about 4.5 months ago, my day started as it normally does. I got a cup of tea. I began coding. When I heard a knocking at my door, the knocking quickly sped up as I ignored it, because I was in the middle of doing something. And I quickly realized it was an emergency. As I answered my door, my neighbor, who I met 3 or 4 times prior to this, was hunched over on my doorstep, bleeding out of his mouth. Gasping for air, he asked me to call 911. By the time I ran back inside and grabbed my phone, the man had crawled back into his apartment and was hunched over on his couch. I called 911, but only knowing this man 3 or 4 times prior to this, I knew nothing about him. I didn't know his age, name, or really any of his background, so I was unable to provide information. I later came to find out the man died twice in the ambulance and had to be resuscitated. He was back at his apartment a week later and seemed okay. But it had me wondering, what if I wasn't home? So a little bit about me before I get into the company. I've been doing research here at Fort Lewis for 3 years. I presented to both the EPA and at the Machine Research Society. I'm actually heading there again tomorrow to give another presentation on the continuation of my work. On the left, you can see me and my business partner presenting at this conference. We both founded Creativity last year after Octane. We've hosted our first workshop based on our electronic kits, partnered with Pueblo Community College. So our goal here at MERBA is to make the world a better place by increasing the quality of life, well-being, and user productivity through advanced machine learning and biomedical applications. So we're doing this via 3 product lines. Our consumer devices include our metal muscle prosthetic, our mobile ECG system, our light pulse ox, and then our lab devices include our OpenDB PCR system, which I'm quite passionate about. Our services include CFD count. I'll only be covering the 3 bolded ones due to time limitations, but you can see the light pulse ox here on the left. I was going to bring a working demo in for you, but it was stolen from my car last week. So in front of you, you have 3 PCBs. One of those is an unsoldered light pulse ox. It's unlabeled. And the other 2 are for our OpenDB PCR system. And I'll get into a little more depth on those. So our metal muscle prosthetic is actually patent pending currently for its nitinol linear actuators. These actuators use nitinol wire, which is a nickel titanium alloy that has memory form setting properties. As it's exposed to heat, the metal will return to its austenite state, which can be programmed in any way. We're using this to form compressed springs, which we can then actuate via electrical pulses to create lightweight linear actuators that are resilient in any temperature range. This metal is currently being used on NASA rover tires due to its durability and resistance to temperature. These metal muscle prosthetics are controlled by an ECG sensor array, which I plan to mount in everyday hats. That way you don't even know a user is wearing it. These will be, the data from these sensors will be processed via a machine learning network that I'm currently working on in order to actuate the muscles. We're currently working on designing right now just lower limb prosthetics for arm amputations, but we're going to move into working on legs and other applications as well. Arms just happen to be the easiest and most available. These prosthetics will be fit via 3D scan and eventually printed out of metal, but currently we use FDM plastic printers. The pricing for these prosthetics is income-based. The goal here isn't to make money off these prosthetics, but to give medical care to those who need it. Medical care shouldn't be limited to those who can afford it or the wealthy. Next, our mobile ECG system. This will feature a 4-sensor array mounted on your chest via flexible PCBs. They'll use a replaceable adhesive patch that can be removed and replaced to increase the longevity of the product. They'll feature an accelerometer and ECG, which is actually very similar to an EEG array, just slightly different application. And it'll also feature a neural network for early detection of falls and cardiac abnormalities. It'll have Wi-Fi and cellular connectivity to alert your primary care physician, family members, and worst case 911 if a fall or possible cardiac arrest were to occur. This product could help save my neighbor if I wasn't home. and it would have alerted the paramedics about his condition, prior life experiences, and other conditions. It will feature an app made for both for both Android and iOS that will allow you to monitor your own health 24/7, give you updates, and can notify you of whether or not you should be attending a primary care physician. This early warning system can help reduce cardiac abnormalities and increase overall well-being, especially for the elderly or those who are unattended with prior conditions. Again, I'll use a neural network trained on this data. On the left here, or your right, you can see a peak counter that I've been working on for quite a while. Currently, it only detects 2 different types of peaks, but as we gain more training data, we can expand this array to include various cardiac conditions. Here's the architecture for the neural network, if you know anything about it. It's not too complicated. It's a fairly light neural network and can be mounted inside the device itself. Again, this will be based on income pricing. If you make a lot of money, you're able to pay slightly more for the device. But if you make very little money, we can sell the device at cost. So our OpenDB PCR system. This has been my baby project for about 3 years now. I've been working on it for quite a while. The goal of the system is to quantify bacteria in small quantifications. This allows us to detect bacteria in both blood samples, water samples, and we're going to try to expand that in the future. Diseases like sepsis or HIV, we actually have cures for at the moment, but detection time is critical for these cures to be effective. Sepsis can kill a patient within 48 hours if it's severe. Imagine you're a doctor and you go to collect your patient's blood samples, only to return with the positive flag of sepsis to realize they're already dead. This system reduces the quantification time required from 48 to 6 hours, while also reducing the temperature fluctuation and providing more accurate results. So right here in the top right is a bacterial plate. This is how biologists typically quantify bacteria in water samples. You take a small amount of water, you distill it down to keep the bacteria in it, and you plate it and wait for it to grow for 48 hours. Now, if the temperature of this plate were to drop below 0 degrees Celsius at any point in this 48 hours, you'll have no idea that it has dropped below this temperature, and the bacteria will cease to grow, giving you an inaccurate count. Our system requires only 6 hours of incubation, and it does this through microfluidic chips that we've designed in-house. These microfluidic chips cut the water into tiny droplets, which we then incubate for 6 hours. Here's what these droplets look like after 6 hours, where the green indicates a positive droplet under a blue laser. Right here is our system. It's kind of hard to see with this lighting. Basically, we shoot a laser around a few meters to focus it, and then we pump our sample up through a quartz tube. As the sample goes through the quartz tube, you can see a positive droplet in the tube right here. As that passes through, it gives us a very tiny signal, and the 2 boards labeled PMT filter that I passed out to you then process that data into a readable signal and is fed through a neural network to count it. This entire system is open source, and we're currently working on making it battery powered and portable, which is crucial for reaching remote climates and areas who might not have access to clean water. This can help save millions of people by providing them access and knowledge of how their water is treated and needs to be treated. Currently, the project is open source, featuring all of the schematics, code, and everything you need to build the system. However, we'll sell kits for those who are unable to build the system themselves or lack the technical knowledge necessary. So a general timeline. The company is very research and development focused, and therefore this timeline is, as all research, subject to change. However, this is a very brief timeline of how I plan to go about things. We've already filed for the tele patent right here, and we plan to receive that within 18 months. Otherwise, we plan on just doing research and development. This timeline is subject to change based on funding and other research is research. Stuff comes up quite frequently, and I've dealt with that a lot. So everything's subject to change. But for example, if we receive less funding than expected, we can shift some of the less critical but easier to develop projects forward, allowing us to be making money while we're developing these more critical systems. So some of our partners so far are the Mikasa Resource Center. They have a pro bono patent program for Colorado residents, which is how I received a patent. And these people have been really great to me. They've been very helpful in all business settings and been a great mentor. Fort Lewis College, I've recently partnered with Dr. Ian Lee, who I've been doing research for a very long time. In order to get more students into research, we plan on providing funding to students here at Fort Lewis College so that they have hands-on research experience before they graduate, which looks great on a resume. I know this from experience. I recently just got an internship at NASA for the summer from this research. We also need to partner with local hospitals and labs. This is crucial to collecting more training data for our neural networks so that we can expand the accuracy and reliability of these systems. What the business majors in the room want to see, where the money's going. So R&D materials is a fairly low cost, but it's a recurring cost, so it's something we have to be aware of year over year. Things we'll need from this are things like 3D printing with filament, sensors, wires, cables, electronics. Our engineering equipment is a fairly large cost here at about 9%, but it's a one-time cost for the most part, buying 3D printers, computers, CAD software, that kind of thing. Wages is the majority of where I want to spend our money. Again, most of this is going to go straight back into Fort Lewis, allowing more students to have hands-on research experience and grow their resume. And unforeseen expenses, especially with research, these are quite large. For example, yesterday I went to run some tests on our OpenDB PCR system to find we had misplaced our quartz tubing, which is around $300 per vial. So we need to be very aware of where those costs are and yeah. Our customers. So disabled persons, obviously, war is becoming an increasingly large ordeal, especially in the Middle East. And so being able to provide prosthetics and especially the light pulse ox, which I didn't discuss much, but it's a extremely cheap and affordable pulse oximetry meter, which will allow for a nearly disposable product that can be used in war zones and third world countries where money is a real issue. Labs, we personally use the OpenDB PCR system we're developing in our lab, as well as providing it to other labs so that they can test water or run experiments using the system. People in remote areas are obviously a big target for us. I would like to provide accessible and clean water to as many people as possible. And we can do this through the OpenDB PCR system by testing their water and finding them a clean source of water near them. So the industry, I'm not here to tell you I'm going to be in the top 10% of companies in the biomedical industry. It's a several trillion-dollar industry. Here's some of our competitors. For our consumer devices and prosthetics and monitoring systems, there are a lot of big companies to compete with here. However, I want to point out lab devices. This ddPCR system created by Bio-Rad is actually not certified for use in hospitals. And this is the only company working on this system currently. This is a key place where I would like to interject our company. And I think it's a really great opportunity for Verba. For our CFU count, there are a few companies on there. Their systems are inaccurate and not certified for research use. Our market strategy is to publish papers on open source work. This is a source of nearly free marketing, as well as spreading information and increasing global collaboration. Partner with local hospitals and research labs, as I mentioned earlier, and of course, universities for providing research and more jobs to students. And we have to start small. Building these networks takes a lot of data, which we have to collect from users. And therefore, starting small and slowly building the accuracy of our networks is pretty large. Here, you can see a readership distribution of the first paper I published. And it's been read all across the world, which is always fun to look at. A little bit for our financial projections. I plan to lose a lot of money in the first 3 years, unfortunately. It's kind of the nature of research, but I plan on, again, if we are not able to make up this $400,000 over the first 3 years, we can rearrange our research and development plan to center on our easier to develop products to generate more capital in order to pump into research. Thank you. Questions? Go for it.
Been busy over the last year since
Yeah.
Just curious about who your advisors have been. It seems like you've got great direction. And then also, have you talked to any VCs yet?
So I'm currently in contact with one, I'm forgetting the name off the top of my head. The last two companies he founded and sold for a combined $1.5 billion. So I've been in contact with him. I plan to have a meeting with him once the semester ends. But other than that, no, unfortunately, I've been quite busy. My advisors, so over the last year, I've worked for Dr. Nisha Talmajid doing machine learning research. I've done some semiconductor designing and fabrication testing software through Dr. Jeff Jessing. And most of my research is through Dr. Ian. But I work concurrently for all three of them while also doing the same coursework.
Question, so what are you doing for collecting that much data and that much medical data requires a large amount of security?
Yeah.
What have you been doing to protect that as you grow the database, or become more of a target specifically? And how do you project that in financial projections?
Yeah.
Increased threats and things like that, and unforeseen threats that may happen.
Yeah, so one way of doing that is cold storage. So isolating the data from the external network once we collect it. So you basically read in the data and then store it to a drive that's completely cut off from the Wi-Fi. And that way we can just process it locally, which is probably the most financially viable option. Otherwise, you have to hire a big security firm, which gets expensive very quickly.
And then I got two follow-up questions because I have anything. Liability wise, developing prosthetics and things like that, and other medical devices is a huge liability.
Yeah.
And there can be a huge risk of the unknowns. Like, I've had some medical history in my past. I know the part with pacemakers and things like that, you know, be careful around academic fields. What are you doing to verify that your device is safe and can be used, you know, in all areas, not like, you know, if like freak accident happens, lightning strikes someone nearby, you're wearing that device on arm. I mean, the heat affects it and causes it to contract or expand and things like that. What would happen, you know, an accident like that?
Yeah, so I think you guys have the patent photos in your packet there. The nitinol wire is isolated within a thermal chamber. And so that chamber is filled with we're still working on what liquid, but it's filled with a thermofluid, which will help prevent outside effects on it and will help keep it the temperature fluctuations within the actual actuator itself maintained. And we're also monitoring that temperature continuously.
And then one final follow-up question, price in the medical industry, unfortunately, in today's time is all driven by.
Yeah.
So to hear you say we're doing variable pricing and things like that, you know, we make a lot of money, things like that. Sometimes that can be frowned upon to base someone's pricing on their personal financial information, things like that. How are you gonna ensure that you have enough funding for R&D and things like that, with the variable pricing? You know, if a lot of people want to purchase it, but don't want to pay a lot of money and there's not a lot of demand for it.
Yeah.
You know, things like that, that's all variable. So you can ensure that you got enough funding to continue to grow. Yeah,
so the OpenDB PCR system is not going to be variably priced, and that way that'll be our main source of income, at least starting out. The EPA recently just gave one of my advisors, Dr. Ian Lee, $75,000 based on some of the work I did. And these grants are available not just to PhDs, but they also give small business grants of similar type. So applying for some of those grants is on the top of my list of things to do, at least starting out. And then once we get going, the research and development costs will just mainly come from selling products at slightly over cost. If you make a lot of money, then you can sell the device for slightly more. But the whole goal of the variable pricing isn't to gouge the rich, it's to help the poor. And so I'm not saying if you make $1 million a year, we're going to charge you $500,000 for your prosthetic. But the goal of it is if you are unable to afford the device, we can set up a payment plan where you are only paying the cost of the prosthetic.
Okay.
Couple questions, this industry is highly regulated.
Mhm.
There's a lot of CFRs that cover this industry. Pretty much every one of the products you talk about, are you in tune with all the federal regulations that requirements and what's going to be, what is going to entail each of these products?
Yeah, so I've read into it a little bit. As we get closer towards finishing up the research side of stuff and start moving into the development side of stuff, I'll obviously freshen up on that and hire probably likely a lawyer in order to help me out. I'm not very well business versed, like study engineering, so
Yeah, there's like 10 CFRs that cover all of this
Yeah.
area that we're talking about. You know, that's, so your two main products, I see from revenues are the ddPCR and then the mobile ECG.
Yep.
I was kind of curious about, because the products that you were mentioning in your document seem, you know, when I'm out and look to see what other mobile, the ECGs are, they tend to be a little bit high. Is that a concern for you that your cost is higher than the background cost?
So currently on market, all those are our monitoring systems. So they take in the signal, they do a little bit of processing, like with one of those filter boards there, basically. And then they just display the signal. So the main attraction of ours is the neural network that I'm training right now in order to detect abnormalities. And so that's something that those current systems don't feature.
The last question I thought was, when you're talking about customers, you know, in this industry, a lot of these products are sold through insurance. A lot of it's driven by Medicare, Medicaid expenditures. Are you looking at that at all? Because I hear you talk about selling it to individuals, giving it away, but ultimately a lot of these products go through insurance.
Yeah, so eventually, as we, like I said, as we start moving towards the finishing of our development here, I'll start partnering with and getting in touch with those insurance programs. That was one of the main reasons I wanted to partner with local hospitals, was so that we could get into our foot into the door and at least for the first few, just get them on patients so we can start collecting data, not necessarily as their only lifeline, which will help. For example, they can have the mobile ECG mounted with a normal ECG system. For our first version of the mobile ECG, we'll use off-the-shelf leads. And so you can split the signal off of those leads, so they're still on their regular ECG while we're still testing and monitoring our system.
Yeah, I don't bring that up because a lot of these products you're talking about, they're gonna be basically sold through insurance.
Yeah.
Reimbursement rates that are gonna be involved. And have a full understanding that's really important, because that's where your primary market is.
Yeah. And as I finish up with research and development, and as we get closer to that, I'll obviously bring on more business orientated and more legal orientated people in order to help me in that area, because I know that's an area that I'm personally lacking in. And so helping bring on mentors and people who can help me in that area is a key step as we finish up this research. Yeah, that's why I'm very excited for this, trying to get into this meeting in a few months here.
And DARPA, you know, speaking of military, the DARPA piece, there's the whole DARPA scientific arm for things you're doing, and that could be, I've got some contacts there with some folks who, I mean, they've got funding, they've got PAC, they've got a new sample set.
Oh, that'd be great.
Potential,
Yes.
We have any questions from the judges?
have a lot of those contacts.
Yeah, slowly building it. Like I said, I'm going to NASA this summer, so I hope to get some good contacts there as well. Yeah, hopefully.
You get it? Awesome, thank you.
All right. Perfect. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jordan,
I'm Tyler,
and we both work in the wedding industry. I am a wedding and elopement photographer.
and I work as an assistant wedding coordinator.
We're also an engaged couple, and we're planning a wedding of our own. So through all of our experience in the wedding industry, we have come up with a unique wedding day solution that we're going to talk to you about today. Our company, Odyssey Adventure Elopements.
So for the agenda today, we're going to talk about some problems that we've identified in the traditional wedding scene, as well as our solutions that our business has We're gonna go into our team a little more in depth and our business model. We're gonna go marketing and solutions, or sales. We're gonna go into our competition, our projections and milestones, and our timeline. And then we'll just wrap it up with a summary. So one of the biggest problems that we've identified and that I experience a lot working as a wedding coordinator is that the couples don't spend that much time together. I often see one or the other communicating with the planner, the vendors, the guests most of the time. And I never see the couple interact, and I think that's a huge problem.
And then another issue that we've seen, me specifically as a photographer, when I'm on the phone with clients before their wedding day, I'll usually ask them, what are you most excited for your wedding day? And I've gotten the response multiple times for it to be over so we can stop stressing about planning. And I just think that's kind of sad to think about. You're supposed to be so excited for your wedding day. It's supposed to be the best day of your life. And I think that stress of planning really takes away from the joy of being engaged and also the joy of the wedding day itself. And another problem we've seen is that the traditional wedding scene, the big white wedding, just doesn't feel true to some couples, but they feel like they have to do it because that's the tradition. So if you're a non-traditional couple, you want to do things a little bit differently. We don't feel like there's a solution for them in the market right now. And the last problem we see is that couples go way over their wedding budget, spend their money on little minute details that they don't care about in the long run, and spend their money on traditions that just don't feel true to them, and then just go way over budget for stuff they won't even remember after the fact and regret it. So what is the solution to all this? That's where we come in with Odyssey Adventure Elopements. So our solution is an alternative, adventurous approach to a wedding day. And when you book with us, you're going to be getting a full service experience. So that includes custom planning based on your choice of outdoor adventure. You're going to be getting a certified outdoor guide, and that's Tyler. And you're going to be getting professional photography coverage from me the whole elopement day. You will get the option to have an officiated ceremony if you want to go that more traditional route and have an officiated ceremony in your outdoor location. We can make that happen. You're also going to be getting all necessary gear, permitting, and a location specifically for you, and custom flower arrangements based on your favorite colors and what you're looking for in your wedding day.
So this is some examples of the packages that we're currently offering. We have 4 distinct ones and 2 choices in each one. The first one is climbing and canyoneering, because they're a little hard to see. So we could either scale a rock wall or descend into some slot canyons with the couple. We could spend a day with the winter package, either Nordic skiing, touring, or snowshoeing to a beautiful location. We have a hiking package where we could do a long hike to a really beautiful location, or a strenuous, exciting adrenaline one as well. And then we have a water package, which could be anything from stand-up paddleboarding, rafting, inflatable kayaks, to an otherwise inaccessible location.
So when you book with us, you're going to be getting this extreme adventure experience and memories with your partner, and a more traditional elopement experience. You can decide any of the traditions that you want to include. That could be vows, signing your marriage license, doing a first dance, having an officiated ceremony. What you feel is true to you as a couple, you can include in your elopement day, along with these stunning locations and memories with your partner. So the team behind it is the 2 of us. We are going to be the only 2 full-time employees. So I'm going to be functioning as the photographer, obviously, doing the day of photo coverage for the elopements, as well as handling all the photo gear acquisition and upkeep. And then I'll also be doing the culling and the editing of all the photos and delivering them to the couple.
And I'm in charge of everything adventure. So I will be obtaining the permits. I will be communicating with any organizations like BLM, if need be. And I'm currently in school for adventure education. I have a huge emphasis on outdoor leadership and risk mitigation. And so I really want the couples to feel safe with me and have a really good time. So that's what my day of purpose is going to be. I'm going to be facilitating the entire activity. I'll be rigging all the gear, making sure everything's safe, and just, making sure they're having a good time. And if the couple does decide to go with a more traditional and they want to have a minister ordain theirs, I won't be ordained, so I will facilitate that as well.
And as far as the things both of us are going to be doing in our business, we'll both be doing the marketing. We'll also both be communicating with clients. So whenever couples are speaking with Odyssey, they'll be speaking with both of us because we're the team. And then we'll also both be doing the financial side of things. And as far as outsourcing goes, we'll be outsourcing our web design and our branding for through a graphic designer or a web designer. So working with them as we're getting our business set up, kind of on a case-by-case basis. We'll also be outsourcing our legal, so we'll be speaking with a lawyer to develop our contracts as well as get our business set up from a legal standpoint. So our business model, we're direct business to consumer. Customers are going to be coming directly to us to book, and then we're going to be working really closely with them the whole time. We are going to have a really close relationship with every one of our couples because we're so involved in their wedding day. We want to be trusted by them and have a great relationship there. And we're service-based. The services we provide are the planning, guiding, photography, and our combined experience in the wedding industry. And we are going to be working domestically in the United States with a focus on the Four Corners states. So we have the most experience with guiding and being in the outdoors and photography in these Four Corners states. So we won't be charging travel to elopements in those locations, but we can also make any domestic elopement happen just with charging travel. And for couples to secure their date with us, they're going to be signing a contract and paying a deposit. So if anything goes wrong, elopement gets canceled, we have that security in their deposit as well.
And as stated earlier, we have 4 current packages that we're going to offer, and the minimum or the price states by time. And so the minimum time is going to be 6 hours, and it'll work its way up from there, as well as the price. And we are up to custom quotes if a couple wanted to do 2 activities in a weekend or maybe a multi-day excursion. We'll definitely hear those out and create a custom quote for that. And as stated earlier, the package is full service. So the customers just need to book with us, and they can sit back and relax. They don't have to worry about anything at all. And really, they just need to worry about picking some clothes and bringing some food along with them for the trip.
So for our marketing channels, we're going to be reaching our customers mainly through social media. That's going to be Instagram, Facebook, and Pinterest. We think those platforms our customers will be on the most, kind of planning their wedding. We can pop up in front of their eyes. So we'll be doing organic content on those platforms, as well as with paid ads. We'll also be attending wedding expos to kind of network in the industry, get our name out there. We'll be doing SEO optimization on our website and a lot of blogging so that we can pop up higher when couples are searching on Google planning their wedding, as well as some paid per-click ads on Google. We'll also have an email list to send out some updates and just kind of keep people hearing about our brand. And then we'll be submitting our final gallery photos to publications like Rocky Mountain Bride, Junebug Weddings, or Green Wedding Shoes, just to kind of have some credibility behind our name and get to more eyes. To make the actual sale, clients are going to go onto our website and fill out a contact form, which will come to us. From there, we'll schedule a video chat before anyone ever books, so we can get to know them, they can get to know us, we can make the sale, and kind of see what their dream for their elopement is, so we can make it happen. And then to make the sale, it'll be through Honeybook, our client relations management software, which is where all the contracting, the invoicing, and client communication will be taking place.
And then as far as customers go, we're looking for engaged couples and already married couples that are looking to renew their vows. And we seek couples based on their values and not their demographic whatsoever. We are super inclusive. We won't discriminate based on religion, sex, ethnicity, anything at all. We just really value people that want to spend time together, want a unique experience, and really value their time in the outdoors. And so for the competition, we are really going against 2 large industries. We're going against the wedding industry and the outdoor industry. And in terms of elopement photographers, Jordan can speak to that as she is one.
So for the elopement photography market right now, what's kind of being offered is elopement photographers will take their couples out either on a hike of some kind or like a Jeep tour or drive up to a pretty location to like do the elopement ceremony there. And that's what I'm currently doing as a wedding and elopement photographer. But our business is different because we're offering a full service adventure guided with Tyler. So that's where we come in. We're bridging the gap between those 2 industries with our guided experience that's more extreme and adventurous than what the typical elopement photographer will be doing.
And we are actually a first to market in this specific regards.
So as far as some projections for our first year and some milestones we're looking to hit. So in Q1, we're going to be doing all of our legal setup, as well as setting up our brand, our website, and our social media, and getting our marketing running. We're also going to be doing styled shoots. So that's going to be replicating our elopement experience without the paid client, so we can get content to use in our marketing before we ever launch. We'll also be acquiring all of our photo and our outdoor gear to be ready for those first paying clients. and establishing our partnerships. We're looking to partner with a local florist to get those custom flower arrangements and a local gear rental shop for gear on a case-by-case basis for our couples. And then throughout our first year, we're hoping to work with our first clients, give them an unforgettable experience so that they can leave us a good testimonial and we can share that on everything and start bringing in more clients. And just making sure everyone's day is planned, doing all the steps we need to do to make sure their day goes seamlessly. And then we're going to be doing the editing, the photo delivery, updating our website with our new photos, submitting to publications, networking. And then for our year one projections financially, we're looking to make 6 unit sales. So that's 6 couples booking us in one of our packages. And our average sale is going to be $7,625. And that is across all of our packages. We kind of averaged it out, how many hours we think couples will be booking the most. And couples will be booking only us for their wedding vendors. They won't have to book any other wedding vendors. And so there's a lot of time and effort on our part. And that's how we came up with our prices. And also based on the industry and what I've seen as a wedding photographer. And so that brings our net revenue for year one to be $45,750.
And in terms of timeline, we have a big step in the door already. Jordan's been working as an elopement photographer for 3 years now. I've been working as a guide for a long time. I've been in the customer service industry for a super long time. I'm super comfortable with it. I have a lot of certifications already. I'm guide certified in a lot of things. I'm just finishing up my few other ones in school. And so really what we're doing now is we're obtaining capital to really get this business going. We need gear, the few remaining gear. We already have a huge collection of gear, but there are some things that we need. We need to be legally legitimate, which is pretty easy. And then we need to reach out to those flower shops and the gear rental places to establish those permanent partnerships. And year one is going to be, as Jordan mentioned, just really getting to the clients that we get feedback and reviews, and then build off of that. And that's what years 2 and 3 will really be doing. We'll just be honing our craft and becoming more efficient and upping marketing, pushing ads, really getting our name out there, attending those wedding expos, all of that. Year 4 is going to be pretty big for us. That's when we're going to do a complete relaunch everything. That's when we will either replace gear, obtain new gear. And at that point, that's when the possibility of adding more packages will come in. On the docket is potentially skydiving. Could be really cool. So we've thought about that as well.
So just to kind of wrap it all up here, to finance our startup, after we consider all of our costs that we need to incur before ever getting our first client, we're going to need about $16,000. And then in 5 years, we estimate that our earnings are going to be $176,000. So we're looking to take that $16K initial investment, turn it into a little bit under $200K, and then just grow from there.
And my fiance and I are ready to do this. It's been a dream of ours for a really long time. And we have the dedication, we have the hard work, and we have the perfect chemistry to make this happen. And we're really committed to our mission of delivering unforgettable wedding day experiences to every single one of our couples.
Thank you guys so much. We would love to open the floor for any questions that you have for us.
Okay, start. So you mentioned certification.
Yes.
Just by review of this industry, there's a lot of there's opportunities, I guess, for like wedding planner, doll engineers, because from what I see, this is a very low regulated industry. But yeah, just not a lot of regulation, but they tend to be very self-regulated, the operators in this industry. But so by use of like associations and such, like I know one of them that I was reading about, like the Wedding Industry Professionals Association. Is there anything like that you guys are looking to become a part of? Because I think you're to get all the certifications necessary for the outdoorsman, but for the whole package as a wedding planner, or anything association, organization that help you with the certification within the industry itself?
We haven't really considered more of the wedding side of certifications, mostly just kind of like my experience in the wedding industry, and his experience in the planning industry, his outdoor guide certifications are kind of what we were focusing on. But that's definitely something to keep in mind in the future.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the organizations that do some of that work. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
There's like additional resources available through the American Association of Certified Wedding Planners, Association of Bridal Consultants. there's the Association of Certified Professional Wedding Consultants. Maybe just something useful. to think
Yeah.
about.
I like that, because we don't have as much experience in like the head planner role. It's just like he has coordination experience and I have photography experience. So yeah, looking into that kind of head planner role certification would be a good idea.
Yeah, because those type of associations might help you to get some kind of a certification that kind of calls you the full day planner. You know, another great certification for you to offer to your clients and put out there as your applicant.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Thanks.
I can share that with you later.
Yeah, I would love that, would love that.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Jim, anybody booked yet?
We do not, so.
For our business, no.
The business is still in the concept phase. We're not ready to completely launch just yet, but Jordan has a ton of development. She has great networking. She has so many clients. How many weddings do you have this summer?
I have like 15 books this summer, and a couple of them I'm excited about because I think they'll transfer really well to this business. One of them is a hiking elopement up to Ice Lakes, and then we're gonna camp overnight, and they're gonna jump in the lake with their wedding gear on, and I think it's gonna just be super cool. So I think I'm planning on using a bunch of those photos as marketing for us, kind of like in the slideshow. All these photos that you've seen are ones that I've taken on elopements, and so just using some of those for initial marketing will be really nice as well. So it's like we already experienced.
I didn't know you guys talked that much about food and things like that. I know there's like food handler certification, and I tried to bring food in the backcountry and things like that. Going through soft canyon and stuff and mountains, things like that. What are you guys doing? I know that that's honestly a huge part of the traditional wedding style. And I know a lot of people try to bring that into that's one of the things they try to bring into their outdoor events per se. What are you guys doing to partner with caterers, things like that? To make sure that that is you guys want to give the customer as stress-free, let us do it, not worry. But then you did mention having them bring their own food and things like that. So I guess I feel like that would kind of transfer some stress back to them. Have you guys thought about incorporating that into your business so that, they don't have to worry about a thing? It's hard, I know, appetites and like people are really free and stuff like that nowadays. But I'm sure in working as closely as you guys are with couples, that would be pretty easy to find out.
Yeah, so we actually aren't planning on including really any food services in our packages, but how we would go about kind of navigating the food recommendations is we would give everyone a packing list that could include like some food recommendations, and then also just some local like restaurant recommendations. Since we know a lot about this area, we can, if they're traveling in from out of state, we can give them some really good restaurant recommendations to go to. But we're not going to be doing any of the food ourselves, just we think that'd be a little too complicated with, like allergens and kind of what they want to eat, what they're looking to eat. So we're not looking to partner with any food providers. We're just going to be recommending them things to eat based on kind of what their day looks like.
Just to add that. Just understanding the FDA requirements, which we start handling food, but also the drinking requirements. All that entails that.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure people will want to bring alcohol.
Right.
These events.
Yeah, so just making sure we're in line with all the regulations so we don't get caught up in anything, yeah.
And then another question, same thing I asked, what about liability? What if somebody gets hurt on the wedding day? Accidents happen in the back country, I worked for a company for quite a while.
Yeah.
And I professionally just not like for a little bit. So I've seen things go wrong, and when they go wrong out there, they go really wrong.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna like notify people, like search has to pay for back here with like a large group of people for US Forest Service permits, things like that? And what would happen, like, unforeseen stuff, like, grandma has a stroke and has to get aerated out, and then, that kind of messes up the whole wedding day. And that can create a huge rescheduling nightmare. What are you guys doing about that? Like if, weather comes in, are you guys gonna offer like a cancellation of your scheduling fee? Because that's another whole bunch of work for you guys. If, lightning comes in the rooms today, or, we get a pretty snowstorm or something like that. Have you guys thought about covering your butt that way? Making sure that you guys all get paid and you're not overworking or things like that.
Yeah, I'll try to answer these questions in order. Go back, it's okay. So as far as liability goes, yes, every couple is going to be signing a contract that we make, and unless it's due to negligence on my part, we will not be liable for it. And we're going to have insurance, and it's going to be pretty expensive insurance because of the nature of our industry. But that's why, again, our ticket price is so high, it should cover it just fine. So yeah, we will not be liable if something does go wrong, because yeah, it's implied, they're doing extreme sport, things do go wrong occasionally. But I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen, and I feel really confident in that. And then the other question, rescheduling, absolutely, if there's an unforeseen event, a family emergency on their part, we'll obviously work with them. If they just outright cancel, then there's not a great reason, yeah, we're going to have to keep that 30%, and then they can reschedule on their own. But yeah, if weather interferes, some act of God that we can't control, totally, we will be super willing to work with them. I mean, our maximum amount that we can really do in a year is 20 clients. And so there's gonna be a lot of room in between. So we can reschedule. That's totally something we can do. We'll work with them, and that's the workload that we will bear. That's okay.
And then as far as,
Go ahead.
don't interrupt you. As far as the guests go, we're actually not having any guests come to the enrollment day. It's gonna be the couple and just us. So it's just gonna be those couples looking for like a really intimate experience together. If they wanna do kind of a family situation afterwards, by all means, they can go have a party down wherever town they're staying in with their family. But the adventure elopement that we're a part of is just us and the couple.
I think I read that you guys were planning like the experience kind of eco-friendly, is that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Products and. Are you guys thinking about doing kind of virtual reality kind of, you know, like just to show, like when you're introducing it?
Oh, that's cool, actually. I hadn't thought about that. Like,
Yeah, I'm kind of.
that's actually cool. I didn't even think about that, but that's a good idea. To get them like in the space.
Yeah, you guys have like great ideas. I mean, this is a wonderful little business. You have the experience, you're bringing together, you know, since COVID, this whole industry really, people have started to do this themselves. They decided to get away from the big weddings, you know, this is self-driven little efforts of weddings. But there's a real market for niche opportunity, particularly with these geographic local wedding events. So this is a really good idea.
Thank you.
It's too expensive to get married in New York or even on the West Coast, but to do something in the market, this is a really great idea. But yeah, I was just thinking about it, as I was reading a little bit about this, you know, adding that virtual reality dating tours, part of that marketing effort to provide a realistic immersive experience without physically having to be this.
That's so cool. That's something to think about. Getting like kind of VR experiences in those locations we're gonna be going to, so they can feel like they're there.
We could provide that with the area guides, because I'm gonna make an area guide for every one of our locations that we offer. And it would have a ton of pictures, but that's really interesting to do. We could give them an area guide that has all the details and explains the activity, and then they could have something to visually see. That's really interesting. I haven't thought about that.
Right now, you're gonna leverage it. You've already got, this whole business is working. That's the key component to winning your customers and building this business. And you've already got to step in.
Yeah, we kind of both do, and then we're just looking to combine.
Yeah, and once you do that, with some couples, they spread the word around to others, get that out there in the comments on the websites. It's just, yeah, it's a great idea. I enjoyed reading your proposal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the judges?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Isn't that what you want that?
That's pretty cool. Oh, is that the one? That's-
Yeah.
Right.
In Butterfly, sorry, drive. No, the video studios. Yeah. Or, what is that, TV out there, the stuff like that, had read the over.
In Wyland.
Or,
If you wanna come up, Greg,
take you on this
set
job.
up here, it's flexible.
Then I started innovating it over the years ago, and then pulled out since then. I haven't had this not version for a while. I that's the last. It's just, yeah, it is. There's a reason about it, that's what was shot. I think about people needs, I have to go slow down. I think the construction is very. Other thing I have to. So you got it down. Yeah. So, I'm trying to, expand the scale. That's not a secret. That's.
All right, awesome. You guys have seen a lot of business pitches today, and you're going to see a few more, but our idea has the potential to revolutionize the backpacking industry. First, I'd like to introduce my partner.
Hi, my name is Leah Guidry, and I'm a first-year student here at the Fort, and I'm a business administration major. You might ask where am I from? I'm from another small town in Colorado called Canyon City. It is very similar to Durango. So with that, I grew up spending a lot of time outside, and it really grew my love for just nature. And with that, I am the acting CEO, and I oversee the marketing of Packs for Traps.
Awesome. And I currently work in the financial sector. I'm pursuing a degree in economics here at the Fort, hence why I'm our acting CFO. In addition, I act as our president of Packs for Traps. First, I want to bring you back and tell you a little bit of story about how this all came to be. I really wish I could sit back here, we could have a little campfire, maybe whip out my guitar, but unfortunately, I was told that lighting a fire in the building is frowned upon. But I want to tell you this story from a few years ago. I took the Durango Silverton up to Silverton up there, and I figured, this is beautiful. And I've got all my backpacking gear, I could just take a little hike back to Durango. Obviously, being a safe hiker, I set my GPS all up to give me directions. I was hiking, I got just outside of Dolores, and my GPS died. I'm like, well, oh well, I'm sure I'm an experienced backpacker, I'll find the turn. Like, wow, I've been on the trail for quite a while here. I'm sure Durango's just over the next ridge. I could not have possibly have missed a turn. I'm sure Durango's just over the next ridge, just across the river. And by the time I made it to Japan, I realized something had gone terribly wrong. So in this moment, I realized everything I owned was sopping wet. I had a dead GPS unit that hadn't worked. So if only there was a better way.
So about Packs for Traps, this idea initially sparked in November when we were both in a class called Business Decision Making. And we were given an assignment to invent a product. And I had sat there and I thought, what product could I possibly invent? And I thought and I thought and I thought. And then it came to me, why not make something better than already is? So that is how Packs for Traps got started. I figured, what if I had made a hiking backpack that had a built-in solar panel, but that is also removable for your own comfort. And with this, we wanted to give back to the locals and other nature lovers. And with our brand, our biggest thing is to promote safety. So with that, we won't have any loose straps with any aftermarket solar panels flapping around that could get caught in any crevices. And we also, with the solar panels, it will give you the ability to have all your gear properly charged just in case something goes wrong, which in most cases doesn't happen, but you still want to be prepared for if that does.
And let's talk about that product in particular. So unfortunately, we couldn't get a physical product here. We just didn't have the time to go through the manufacturing process. However, we do have a pretty good idea of what we're looking at here. We're going to make the exterior out of a marine grade vinyl, entirely waterproof. You can probably beat it with a rock and it'd be just fine. The interior, we're going to use nylon. It's super durable, super waterproof, and of course, it's a lot softer than that exterior shell to make sure everything stays nice and unscuffed. Furthermore, we've got a 65-liter capacity, which is fairly standard for backpacking industry. Allows you to take a few days of stuff, no worries. Then we've got the self-rolling straps, which is really nice. So we use a strap with a steel mesh in it that's spring-loaded, so you tighten up your backpack, you let it go, it's going to roll up, it's not going to get caught on anything. And of course, a really easily accessible cup holder is essential, because I can't tell you how many times I've been backpacking, have to pull out my backpack, pull the water out. It's really just unpleasant. Just reach back, grab that water. And then well-padded straps, we found it's an absolute necessity, especially if you're going to be on the trail for more than a couple days. And then, of course, the true trademark of our backpack, and that is the 12-volt, 25-watt solar panel, and that has about the capacity to charge a phone in about an hour. So again, plenty of time to charge all your gear throughout the day. So let's talk about our startup. So we need a lot of capital to get this started because we're manufacturing a product. So we're going to take out a loan against personal assets of about $300,000 to get started. That allows us to spend about half that to buy about 1,000 units in inventory at that point in time. And marketing is going to be huge here. There's a lot of big fish in this ocean. So we anticipate spending about $40,000 a year on a marketing budget with about a 10% increase year over year. We're also going to anticipate about 50% growth, which sounds kind of ludicrous, but considering our competitor, particularly Cotopaxi, has seen almost 100% growth year over year for the past 5 years, we think 50% could actually be kind of conservative. And our long-term plan and viability, eventually we'd like to expand outside of Durango. Obviously, we're starting right here in our hometown. From there, we'd like to expand to other areas such as Telluride or Ouray. Our online marketing has to grow because in order to push the volume, it can't all be in person. And then furthermore, we'd like to obtain a large economy of scale, and we anticipate calculating that into our financial models come 2027 or so. And we're not going to actually take dividends from the company until 2027. So we're going to be eating a lot of ramen and working second jobs until then.
So considering our marketing plan, our target customers look like everyone who loves nature and actively goes out on hikes throughout the summer or any other months. They love to go on wildflower hikes, which is one of my personal favorites. They do through hikes, they do day hikes, all of the above. And really our product is mostly for all levels. And that is a huge thing for us because we want to make sure that everyone feels welcome in this community. And we will also partner with local shops in Durango. And with that, we will set up banners in their shops and hopefully in the windows. So anyone who takes a stroll down Main Street can walk by and see it and wonder, what is that? I would like to learn more. And then we will also open a website that ships nationwide for free. And then we will also push our ads on social media, such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, with videos and also just like images. And we will also have ads pushed on apps like Onyx, AllTrails, and Strava. So people who are looking for maps can see our product and wonder, I'd like to check that out more. So with our expansion, our startup in short term, it looks like we will be starting in Durango. We will be partnering with Pine Hill Mountaineering and similar shops just like that. And we hope to expand to other small Colorado towns and partner with their local mom and pop shops. For long term, our biggest goal is to partner with REI. And this is a huge thing for us because we will expand outside of Colorado. And with that, we still want to stay loyal to our local mom and pop shops here. But with REI, we will be able to have our product all over the nation, which is really our biggest goal.
All right, the moment you've all been waiting for. In fact, I'm kind of jealous of you in the first row, because tell me there's any other way to describe that except beautiful. All right, so this is just sort of a brief little look at our financials internally. So you can see our revenue, we're gonna make about $1 million in 2027. That's pretty good. You can see our cost of goods sold, obviously increasing. 2027, you're gonna see those change just a little bit because we're gonna calculate in an economy of scale at that point, assuming a 10% reduction in our manufacturing costs in that year. Furthermore, you're going to see our income spike about that year too. We're anticipating on being able to raise our prices by about 10%, having become a more established brand at that point. This graph looks like the most generic growth graph you've ever seen. However, there is some key points here. This is really to describe how our cash is moving. So come the quarter before we're going to run out of inventory, we buy about 50% of our cash on hand in inventory. Hence why you can see that cash and the merchandise inventory are inverse to one another. You were probably wondering why we have so much cash on hand, and that's for future expansion. We would like to expand to other products, and obviously R&D is not cheap, so we want to make sure we're a cash flush business when we enter that phase of our life. You can also see our marketing budget, that light blue line down there on the bottom, growing year over year, and you start to see our dividends, that light gray line, start to get paid out in 2027 to help allow us to give up our second jobs and really do this full time.
So the difference that this makes with us is that there is truly no other products like us. I mean, yes, there is backpacks and you can go out and buy solar panels for aftermarket, but who wants to do that when you can have it all in one, especially if it's removable for your own comfort? And really our brand is to strive to help our customers. It is to strive for safety and for them to stay prepared, just in case if the wrong does happen, which you never know. And that is why we want to make sure that our customers are always prepared. And the difference that we'll make in our community is that we won't have any loose straps, so anything can't get caught in any crevices, and that could aid in an emergency. And it keeps all your essentials charged. We have multiple USB ports of your choosing. So whatever products you have, such as a garment or your phone, you can keep that charged on the go.
All right, now I suppose it's time to turn it over to you guys, the judges. Do you have any questions for us?
I guess I'll go, giving away products to people who's issued the money, instead of 41 time,
Absolutely. I mean, that's a big part of our marketing budget is trying to reach out to those social media influencers who do have a huge hold in the backpacking community. I don't know about you, but my Instagram, that's all that's on there. There's a whole lot of influencers, but I think that that's a great place to expand to. But I think that there's so many big fish in the ocean. We really need to make sure we don't leave anything up to chance when it comes to getting our foot in the door.
And then why do you guys want to start with 1,000 units? That's a pretty large number. Why not start with like 10 and try out, test it and see what holds up, what works, what doesn't. I mean, you know, if you walk along, you go to the state, you rock, you fix your solar panel, doing pretty good sets, you want to make sure that it's pretty durable, easily replaceable, especially with including natural assets and, you know, credit titles and things like that. Solar panels are shouldn't be more expensive, although they become common. They in the long run, they get more expensive than those assets they include from there. When you guys doing counteract that, along with, you know, climate change and things like that, you want people pushing more the outdoor industry, but also want to say, hey, you know, we're going to lose a lot of the outdoor industry that comes up soon because of global warming and things like that. We're using to protect themselves and expanding their other markets like hunting and things like that. Like, you know, certain investments that we keep their back up charge, things like that. You guys explore those avenues.
All right, let's see. So try to hit all of those. Yeah, I just wish I had a notepad here to hit them all. All right, so on the initial product order, we're hoping to figure out in R&D, you know, what works and what doesn't. That's why you're going to see for our first 2 quarters, we're not making any sales. We're setting up supply chains. We're getting our product. We're testing them as much as we can, you know, throwing them off a cliff, beating them with rocks, really making sure that it's a truly durable product. So we are on the higher end of this market, and we need to make sure that we can compete with that. As to other avenues to figure that one out, that's honestly gonna come a little bit later on. We're gonna try to hit this outdoor community first, but I do think there's a huge potential for a commercial success there as well with regards to search and rescue and whatnot. And then, let's see. Did you have any other questions? I'm so sorry. Okay.
So with the whole thing concerning search and rescue, we do hope that like our packs can help with that. So that is why like our color schemes that we are choosing are bright and just loud. So that if there is like a helicopter like circling around looking for someone, that it is very easily seen.
What is the concentrator of the packs compared to competitors in the 65 meter? So, and just was thinking like put a record tag in. Yeah.
Absolutely, I think that'd be worth exploration. And then our cost per unit, I believe manufacturing wise is $113. Sell them at $340, and then once we get that 10% price increase, we're looking about $370 or so. To the higher end of the market, but not out of bounds by any stretch of the imagination.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I was gonna ask you about the production of the bag. Can you give us kind of a rundown of what you're doing at? So you talked about some material. But just give us a broad overview of how you're gonna get the supply materials, how it's gonna be manufactured, where it's gonna be.
Absolutely. So we're going to manufacture in the US because we think that's a huge pressure point in international relations right now. Obviously, a lot of manufacturers in China. We really do believe that the best manufacturing comes here. If you'll look in our appendix, you see we'll calculate in a pretty high salary for those US workers because if you don't pay them well, they're just not going to produce a great product. We'll be sourcing our fabric internationally. We'd love to source it here in the US, but it's honestly a double to triple the price. And we just can't justify that with the price of our bag, but perhaps going in, we'd love to expand into that. So sourcing wholesale fabric internationally, shipping into the US, having it manufactured here and storing and shipping the product by hand.
Yeah, and I ask that because this is a very mature industry, it's kind of steady.
Yeah.
There's, a number of barriers of entry. One of them primarily would be the ability to on the economy scale, driving down that marginal cost of production. From what I understand, the bottom line net profit margins in this industry are around 3 to 4%. I'm not sure what you guys are projecting on this, which is something to keep in mind. Bottom line margins are pretty narrow. There's a lot of substitutes in this industry. There's also a lot of regulatory concerns. I mean, you have to look into some of the regulatory matters, like there's a product safety that you have to keep up on, there's labeling and advertising regulations, environmental protection, and the occupational health regulations as well. Just something to keep in mind. You want to address that.
Absolutely. So we haven't looked into this industry in particular. However, I'm a licensed insurance agent for business lines. So I deal with that on a day-to-day basis, having a basic understanding of that. But for this industry in particular, no, we didn't actually get that far into it.
And are you primarily the outdoors manufacturer? Or are you looking at any type of general backpack production as well?
We're looking more towards like outdoors, yeah, because there's already a market for the built-in solar panels for just regular day use, just for like walking around downtown. But that is why we wanted to like expand this product into hiking and camping and hunting.
Yeah, great idea. I like that just because the just general backpacks, school backpacks, that industry is saturated with competitors, whereas the outdoors a little bit more concentrated or maybe niche opportunities. I think that's what you're looking at. Maybe one day, if that takes off, you could actually move into the backpack space. I think we're in around cool name brand backpacks.
Someday, fingers crossed, that's for sure.
Well, you guys find, so I know you guys mentioned targeting like mom and pop local companies or something like that. What's your budget behind that? A lot of the other industry and a lot of like shops and things like that are closing because they just don't keep up with the supply and low cost of online retailers and things like that. The other things you guys want to target the local mom and pop shop, there's like building a website, getting on Amazon, things like that. Disney and all that, I don't know all the online retailers, but there's a zillion. Why would you go after the local mom and pop shops? I know it seems like you're not limiting the market there, limiting your ability to scale rapidly. I mean, we've also seen the project target the people of it's gonna be like, hey, especially if you're talking Instagram, things like that nowadays. And use they definitely when they love something, slide out. What are you guys doing to what's your money to go after the local mom and pop shops? I mean, you charge a higher premium there, but the projection of sales would be drastically less than an online business.
I think that it's more, our company is hugely based on wanting to give back to our community. We didn't just want to be another backpack on Amazon or a TikTok shop. We wanted to be more exclusive to specifically Colorado residents, but with our expansion to REI hopefully further. But our main goal was to really just help our community and the locals with that.
Also notably, we do have an online presence. It's just we want people to come in and physically be able to feel the bag at least somewhere in our production lines. We imagine most of our sales will ultimately originate online, but we think an in-store presence is just essential to sell such an interesting and unique product.
What we need more money back online, back to the community.
Oh, absolutely.
Just 45 comment, so when it comes to partnership working, there's still a lot more immediate for you guys, and it sounds like you're wrong. There is an organization called the American Footwear and Footwear Association. They do a great job of representing backpacks, courier bag manufacturers. We want to come to their website, just dig into it, would be something to help and get this kicked off. I think the association want to become a part of it.
Absolutely. Can you repeat that name one more time? Try to...
AAFA, which is American Apparel and Footwear Association.
Okay.
I can share it with you guys.
Oh, absolutely. We love that.
And there's a group in Denver called Manufacturers Edge, and they're manufacturers rep for Colorado, and they would have the ability to help guide something that could be made here as well. So there's a ton of job shops in Denver. That they're great. With potential great contact. I remember when I first moved, like the Bonner here folks. Were here, they were making, they basically were packers and making spray skirts, so they started making of them. And then fast forward, they have like 200 people in Boca working on those products, and then they ended up going to Taiwan and had everything laser welded in 2 weeks, and they got back to packing instead of managing 200 people. But I think that time frame shows that there's potential for US based and considering that marketing and submitting US product, and I'm trying to be a manufacturer of that product.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that would be, for true scale, you're gonna get it on the ground, like, maybe you end up with a person or two doing repair prototyping and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a path that I think we really want to get back to being the switch to. Really wanted to do from the beginning.
Right, so that's the entrepreneurial story. You get there and you do so much, and you're like, oh, this is all wrong. Just take a step back, fix it all over again.
Yeah.
But, yeah, absolutely.
Any questions?
Think about it. 8 minutes.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, cool. You were to talk on the center?
Yeah,
Or
that's right.
And if you need a. He's my. It's not. And there's one, over there. Yeah, I'm here. It's full. They were finished, try that. Let's go.
Do I have to start like right on time or what's the guess?
We need time.
Okay, cool. Hey, Lua, can you get the Clorox outside? It's spilled a little bit. Try not to make a mess. Yeah, they're good.
So I'm gonna start your timer right when you start, and then I have like a 5 minute, 3 minute, and 1 minute warning that I'll just hold out just so you know.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
No. This is.
Would anybody like samples? I don't know who's, I'm supposed to give samples to, but. So these are my samples.
That's why I got up there to eat. I know. Whenever you're ready, just let me know.
I have samples here if anybody'd like to try, otherwise they look perfect just standing there. They have the names facing forward. Okay, that's one.
You wanna start early?
Oh, yeah.
What are those names?
So this one is O Durango, and this one is a strawberry say cheese, and this one is a lime delight. Okay,
A little weird with the PDF, but I think it'll work.
what do I click just next?
Yeah, so it's left and right.
Okay,
And backwards.
cool,
And then
thank
there's
you.
a laser pointer.
Cool, thank you. Okay, I guess we'll get started now. So hi, my name is Savannah Lewis, and this is my company, Edgewater Caffeine. So a little bit about me before we get started. So I'm the only team member. I'm from Whitecoin, Arizona, which is near Holbrook. Edgewater is translated from the Navajo Diné word Tobaha, meaning water's edge. And I am a social work major. I moved here 2 years ago to with my family, my 2 siblings and my daughter. And this drink right here is the Skyhawk. I created it with blue raspberry and orange juice. It's created for FLC. And when I originally started selling on campus, I started by selling blue corn cookies and blue corn cupcakes. And so I love caffeine. I love coffee. It's a part of my daily routine. So when I travel, I like to stop by coffee shops and try different recipes and just see what their aesthetic is. And I'm really connected through my culture. The design you'll see throughout my presentation is a Navajo weaving design. And yeah, I like to stay busy because when I'm not busy pursuing my degree or setting new goals for myself, I get bored easily. Thank you so much. So the mission of Edgewater Caffeine, I believe in serving only the most flavorful, fresh, specialty crafted drinks and indigenous inspired foods that uniquely reclaim, recognize, and uplift indigenous culture. So up there, I wanted to add those because those are my original ideas, just pitting them, gathering them. You'll see a lot of blue corn, my aesthetic, my business model and concept overall. While I was here as a student in Durango, I couldn't go out and buy the drinks that I would like. And so I wanted to fulfill the need for specialized energy drinks in Durango for not only myself, but for students and everyone else in the community. This says what first go wet, that means what first coffee. And I've also, through my business, I like to provide indigenous food recipes and promote indigenous brands because that is largely our demographic here in Durango is students who come from different tribes. And this style of creating Red Bulls is popularized in the Pacific Northwest. So it's popularized within Washington area and Alaska. And we have yet to have it down here, but I realize it's a growing business. And I learned this through social media, through drink making. So here's a little look at my products other than the ones offered. I'm not gonna go into explaining them, but I'm able to create over 100 more Red Bull recipes and 50 more Lotus recipes. I didn't bring my Lotus syrup here today, but that's a natural plant energy. And it's an alternative to a Red Bull, but it still has the same effect. So you'll see on the far corner, those bottom 3 drinks are mainly my local competition. And what you see there is all the drinks that they have in the city. And I've tried them. They're very similar. I used to work at Dunkin'. Durango Joe's uses Lotus plant energy like I do. And I'm more comparable to Dutch Bros. We have one in Albuquerque, I believe. And that's when I started creating Edgewater. It was more like familiar, so they were like, okay, this is like Dutch Bros. And I was like, yeah, so I created by making Dutch dupes. And so students who moved here, they already knew their order and they were able to give you the name of their drink and I was able to create it. And my menu is different from them because seasonally I'm able to change this. I did this by creating a Halloween themed menu and also by a Valentine menu and a March menu. They all had different names. And I'm able to use fresh fruit, which they don't. I can use cucumbers, vegetables, and candy, flavored cold foam, glitter, and like way more just to make the appearance of the drink really nice. So the idea of my drinks was to make them Instagrammable in appearance, meaning that one of my favorite things to do when I travel is to take a picture of my drinks in my hand and to share it to my social media. And I love to do that because it shares the location of where you work and how cute your drink looks. And that's my idea. So I also would like to specialize in cold coffee and iced lattes and also Navajo cold tea recipes because I'm more familiar with this. And you'll see that I named Edgewater Cafe, not Edgewater Coffee, because I don't do coffee yet. So, and then these are just some recipes that I'm more familiar with that I wish we had in the city, such as a spam and potato burrito. Like I wish I could go through a drive-thru and buy that. So I would offer that at my shop and just really healthy alternatives such as those little parfait cups. And I have made something like this before. It's like a blue corn cake, stacked cake. And over here is one of my inspirations of the Halloween themes that they do. This costs a little bit more money, gotta buy more supplies, but really I would charge more for these type of cups because they'd be like limited edition. Thank you. So my target customers really are Durango FLC students. And I like that. I created this for me and them, but it was created by them as well. Once I began selling, they just began buying. So it's really created for them. If I had my shop, I'd like to give student discounts. And really it's for anybody in Durango who likes to drink Red Bull caffeine drinks. And I'd be able to support like local community members by giving like public service members discounts and teacher discounts like that, because I feel like we don't have a lot of that in the city. So sales and marketing, this is an example of one of my menus and the prices that I went off of all year. And these were below my competitive prices. So that number, $1,000, is what I roughly filed my income taxes with last year. I launched September 21st and through December, that's about what I made. But I didn't really make all of that. I had to put it back into the business. I didn't start getting paid until like January really. And then, I won the summer pitch program and that got me 1,500. So I put all of that back into my business and I bought way more supplies and I was able to do pop-up events. So I did one yesterday. I bought like the rolling ice cart, more cups and everything. And those generate roughly about 300 of an event. And so that is like roughly around 1,500 with 5 pop-up events. And when I'm not doing these, I did direct to customer daily sales. So I will deliver on campus only. And on my lowest days, I make about $20. And on my really busy days, when I launch the new menu, I make about $80. So, status and timeline, I feel I'm already past Q1 and 2, because I'm already in Q2. I have 8 months of this experience now. I do have previous barista experience. I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and I went out and found my own mentorship at Anchor's Coffee. And she taught me a lot. I attained my business license already, and I attained most of my needed supplies, so I'm able to do pop-up events anywhere. And I already made near 3,500. So Q3 and 4 would begin like this fall and then next spring again. So I'd like to purchase an espresso machine and work on my hot skills. And I'd like to purchase an official logo, somebody, a Native American logo or creator. He quoted me $400. And I'd like to create stickers for my cups, and I'd like to adjust my prices to be more competitive with the where I'm selling. And I'd like to scout business locations for where I can set up. Either this is like somewhere a building or where I'm able to sell up like a pop-up event. And I'd like to work on establishing my marketing business connections, and that would be with Native American artists that I'd like to promote through my shop. So projections, this is based off of what I make on my really busy days. Annually, that's 259,000 in sales if I was steady with 2 baristas. And in my business plan, I talk about my total costs and I minus what I make in a year from my total cost adjustment based on variable and fixed estimates. I rounded up high just in case. And ideally, this is the type of style I'd like to own, a double-sided drive-through and inside with some merchandise. And I'd like to not only own 1 shop, I'd like to own up to 3. So my executive summary, if I win $10,000, it would allow me to make a long-term investment. And I'd like to purchase one of these coffee trailers. And the guy who sells these in Arizona has them for $18,000. And I'd like to use the money to buy one of those. That way I can work throughout the summer because I do have to move home. So I'm kind of like in between like where I have to go. And I'd like to book summer public and private events to cater to. And I'd like to apply for a business loan. And that would either be for wherever I settle. I'm planning on doing that through the First Southwest Bank here before I leave. And that's honestly, if that gets approved or whatever, they let me know. That we'll probably see if I could end up staying here in Durango. If not, I have to move home. So I have to really settle my family and really get them back in school and get back on our feet again after I graduate. And my 5-year goal is to move back to where my mom's from. This is Delcon, Arizona, and they really don't have a lot of small businesses there. I'd like to become more part of my community again and have my business there and just take care of my mom and my family. That's all I have.
If you're making a premium product, so you should have a bunch of these types of.
I think so too. I feel like I was below regular chain prices because I would use that as a marketing strategy to have them buy from me.
But yesterday, I charged $1 extra for a 24 ounce and they still bought it. They didn't complain. One time I made it $7 and that was for one day. I was like, this is too expensive. And I'm aware that college students need to save their money as well. So I used a discount for that.
What's your gross profit per product?
My gross profit per product.
What is the cost of it?
Okay, so the cups are about, well, the ice is like 20 cents, the cups are like $1. And the ingredients are about, I'd say for 3 syrups, probably 50 cents. So it's probably like under $3 or $4 a cup. $3, I'd say.
Is that a good deal?
No, the Red Bull is more expensive. It's like $3 a can.
And then you buy that in the gym, you buy it in bulk.
I buy them in bulk from the Shamrock wholesale department.
Follow-up question, I did see on the presentation, you were saying about $21,000 gross revenue or gross sales. I did a little bit of quick math here, on that, so $135 an hour.
Yeah,
Working 40 hours a week.
yeah.
Selling them, do you expect to have you ever done $135 an hour in sales revenue? And do you feel that would be consistent, or do you feel like that you have your highs and your lows, peak in the morning, peak in the evening, if you're going to work?
Yeah.
Like that would be belongs to save on the cost, or would you just do sales, or what would you do to combat that?
Right. So that's why I wanted the double-sided drive-through. So my employees are able to work 2 windows at once, and that does generate more sales. I think $80 a day would be minimum on a bad day. When I see Anthus Coffee and other coffee shops sell, that's pretty, like, kind of like a really regular day. I'd say above $100 is a really great day. $300 in 4 hours, I feel like that's very achievable within this business, and that's considering I'm basing this off of these low prices. So if I was able to raise my prices already, I feel like I've reached that in a day.
Say Dutch Brothers is having explosive growth, and really that custom mix is a huge component of that growth, and so you're very much into changing demographic of people. So I think it's great.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like Dutch Bros, they started the business, but I feel like based off of the hundreds of recipes I'm able to do, it's just better because I'm able to provide, different flavors, and adding the fruit and adding the vegetables and adding the special launch cups, that would be like really fantastic and amazing for our community.
You mentioned are you a social worker graduate or a student?
Yeah, I graduate in a few weeks.
Taking any business classes?
No, that's originally when I started my degree with years ago, and then I stopped doing that, but no. I would though, maybe eventually.
Well, you can always hire them.
Yeah, and I'm proud of her.
Yeah, and I think, it's more and more commentary than questions. First of all, I really like that you're joining. Glad you're running a business. You're full business here running, ready to take off. I know that you're talking about moving back home.
Yeah.
You know this. There's that massive hospital that just got
Yeah.
built in Vilcom.
Yeah.
So there's a potential market there for you. Mobile is always a great way to get started.
Yeah.
I've actually talked, a little bit similar, kind of a competitor, I suppose, could be up in the Tuba area. They have their little motor vans. They're specialized coffee shop too. But there's a couple of ladies that are running that business before that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the area. That's why I want to move my location there, because of the new hospital. And I know doctors and nurses need their caffeine too. And I'd like to not just be a roadside thing. I'd like to be a business owner within my community. And I am familiar with the shop in Tuba City. I looked at their menu, and they don't, I like that they do teas and stuff like that. And their concept of staying with indigenous brands like Skoda Coffee in Phoenix as well, promoting indigenous artists and brands through their shop is something like I'm interested in doing that as well.
Yeah, no, it's great. I like what you're talking about. Have you thought about, well, the only thing I'm thinking is like, when you do choose to move to that area, just a little bit of market research, you can certainly find a great location to attract the customers. By no traffic, this location. I'm not sure what the business sign leasing is at, right now, but there could be some potential there for in Gilcon or nearby communities. I know in Greece where they were talking about trying to build out some area for commercial development and retail siting and stuff like that. So there's definitely opportunity there to build a site more quickly. There's an organization out there that's called Change Labs. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah, I follow them.
Yeah, it might be, I saw you mention borrowing funds from the bank. Locally. Sometimes that can be challenging. You do have some revenue that's generating, but it can still be challenging if you have less than 2 years of operations. Change Labs is one of those organizations that can help you get funding and even grant funding as well. You should definitely take a look at them. They also provide business consulting as well. They can help you out with that business component that you're not, that you don't have right now. And maybe provide some of that support as you need to grow and develop. And particularly when you want to move back home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also the SBDCs, are you familiar with them? Small Business Development Centers under SBA?
Yeah, here in Durango, yeah.
Good. And you've got a lot of resources in your program already.
Yeah.
Build your business and go out with ideas.
Yeah, I spent hours being online doing my own research and also with it going back home or with it staying here, I'm okay with both of them because eventually I do need to move home. I'd love to be a part of this community. I love to be a part of that community. I feel like they need me here as well. And they need me there as well. This is a growing business. So I'm just ready to sell and get started throughout the summer. I really, if I have to work 2 more years to make more profits in order to apply for a loan, then I'm okay with that too. This is like a lot of fun to me and it helps me learn more.
Yeah. One other idea too, there is some of that small business funding that's available to the Navajo Nation.
Yeah.
You might want to reach out to the economic development.
Yeah.
Division to talk to them about that. I think it's up to $10,000 or a lot. Established businesses.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a challenge starting a business within the Navajo Reservation. It's easier here, but it's really a challenge. Things take longer applying for licenses, applying for the land, really trying to get established as a legitimate business. It's a lot tougher, but I'm up for a good challenge. Like I said, I've already graduated with 1 degree, so I'm ready to move on and just do something else and ready to be competitive within that area. So I'm okay.
You're right, it is challenging, it's different to operate on the reservation. An organization that can help you with some of those challenges and getting over those hurdles is the Dene Chamber of Commerce. Consider talking to them and becoming a member. They can help you with a lot of them have already been through that process.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, Dene Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any more questions from the judges?
I'll try some beverage.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll pour you some. I'll pour everybody's. Let's see. Yes. What are you interested in trying?
I remember you talking about that.
You can look at the recipe on here or what is added in there. This is my favorite. This is a really great seller. Everybody loves it. This one I just launched last night, so.
I'll try that one.
Okay, the green one.
I'll try that. Yeah.
This cheesecake one.
Yeah, I don't think another cheesecake.
And you want the odor.
Sure.
Cool.
We step in. I'm here to document.
Anybody else?
I'll try.
Okay, let's go. Which,
If you're offering, I have been here
no,
since
which
7.
cups? Like which one would you want?
Ooh,
This is more lime, this is cantaloupe and pineberry.
Ooh, I'll try the pine berry
Okay.
one.
That was my favorite.
The cantaloupe.
Yeah, that one too.
Was it, which one was this?
That's the O Durango. It has pine, peach and cantaloupe. Yeah, the cheesecake is good. Oh. That one is made with cold foam, but I did whip it today.
Try some of this one.
The cheesecake.
Yeah. That's good.
Cold foam is made with heavy cream and you add, I made cheesecake cold foam, so you add cheesecake syrup in there and then you just whip it till it's fluffy. It's called soft top bag Dutch roast. Yeah, the cheesecake is yummy. It's like how it takes away the flavor of the Red Bull. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for trying my samples, everybody.
I liked it, yeah, a little strong. This one's a little more kind of toned down, I feel like.
You think?
For me. I
I was thinking when I made that one. The lime.
The lime? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you add heavy, like half and half. Yeah, when you add half and half, it sort of soothes your joints up. That's good. You need that. Yeah. Anybody else? I'm almost out.
I'll try some of that,
This
the lime as well.
Okay, yeah.
You're from Whitehall, right?
Yeah,
Are you related to the Yazzies out there?
probably.
Do you know?
Edgewell was a
Cynthia
pretty big.
Yazzie?
Who?
Or Cynthia?
I don't know, but that really sounds familiar. Probably my mom knows her. I'm sure my mom knows her.
My Nolly's from Lower Brisbane.
Yeah. So strange. My mom went to school out there. I went to school out there too when I was a kid. Like you said, yeah.
But the elementary school is like, the student population is like plummeted.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. We're all moving out.
Yeah. Well, it's. Bring some people.
No, that's what I'm trying. Would you like a sample? No? Anybody else before I pack it all up? Anybody can help me take this syrup, please?
And then we'll get going.
I was following it the whole time. You know, I might have to go to the house. Go shit.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, we can, yeah.
We just should.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
45 to go now, I don't have a schedule, it's not set. I don't, carry on.
Getting trash of it.
I don't have my book. Babe, can you take these and it's not that deep. That was mine.
Yeah. Well, you lost.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. What time is it?
You start when
It's been better. It's been innovation. You want to get your back with me? Yeah, it's a baby.
Yeah.
I put a sweet camera top on there.
Yeah.
Bumper, bumper, yeah, like, or put fat forward.
That one makes me fun.
Yeah. So, and so it's just for everyone on it. It's great.
And you're right, before they got super regulations, way long.
Which was like 18.
18, yeah, 18 is when they started really cracking down. Cummins just got hit, I'm sure you saw, with $2 billion. So Cummins got, I think, almost as big as this would be from VW.
Really?
Yeah.
From similar.
From the EPA.
Yeah.
And the only thing, they're just saying that you need to take your vehicle back in the dealership for reprogramming. And the only thing they do when you take it in the dealership is lock you out of the computer so you can't change and flash it back to factory. So Cummins just left the back door open for the delete and remove emissions component.
Right.
And they just came in, so all these trucks that are running around deleted now are not able to be registered. So they're making.
Cool, so there's stuff that the registration, so making it happen.
Yep. It's $100,000 per offense for removing emission equipment.
No more throwing coal.
No more than coal.
I really don't even know what's going on. I got serious.
Yeah.
How do we talk about this more?
Yeah. We should add just something like this.
Well, again, books, so, yeah, you know, I was about to say, that would be nice. Well, you should have, like, we're up to.
You can do turbo, you can do turbo, you can do injectors, you can do certain tunes that are legal, they're still compliant. I don't know. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, the turbo, the turbo axle is tiny, and that thing spins out, that's great.
Oh, yeah. Like, work on those things.
Judges, are you all ready for the next presentation?
Yeah.
Where were you talking about trucks?
Hey, I don't blame you. Like a Mystery Science Theater.
I never came to work in person. I'm when I presented to us. I wore a suit coat and basketball shorts and socks to present.
That's before we got this maker here.
I think your guys' first year was mine. The year I repeated.
Joseph, I stayed right, stage is yours. Hold on.
What did you say?
Stage is all yours.
Maybe this is followed. I don't even know when I graduated. It's like 2 years ago.
This is our business connections. We are. Well. Our business connections is a sole practitionership founded by myself, Joseph Black. With a background in secondary mathematical education and a passion for entrepreneurship, I saw the need for comprehensive, helpful, tailored, help for businesses who just want to get out there, go talk to the people in the community, just be there. A lot of these small businesses, they drowned out, you don't know that they're there, you don't know who they are, but they're there. They're trying to make a voice, but they just don't have the resources to do so. After COVID-19, we really saw the need for a business center. After COVID-19, we saw the need for a business like this. In the aftermath of COVID, people realized they wanted to do their own thing. They realized looking for a big business, looking for a giant corporation is not what they wanted to do. Many of them started to make little crafts, little things that they sell on also sites, like little workshops. But these ideas have the potential to be big businesses, bigger than anything you could imagine. Many owners of these businesses just don't know how they can accomplish this. They see it, there's websites online, there's stuff on them. Hey, you've got big money here. Go out, do it. But how? How? The problem I'm solving is the lack of support for these businesses. The lack of resources, the lack of connections. These all can be solved by one business. With the guidance and like the support our business connections can offer these businesses, we can help these businesses grow, become something meaningful, become what the owner imagines them to be. The lack of support can contribute to a high failure in these businesses, especially out here where you have a bunch of small businesses, but then you think of Amazon, you think of Walmart, you think of all these businesses when you want to buy something. But what if that was the case? What if instead businesses had a place they can go and say, hey, please help me present my idea to people. Please help me go show my business to other businesses, to the community members, to people who would buy my product. Well, then these businesses would succeed. By offering personalized support systems designed to address the specific needs of the business, instead of general support for a restaurant to a supplier, we would provide support specifically to like the restaurant, specifically to new type of restaurant, barbecue, Chinese food, Thai food, all that. We would have specific supports for those specific businesses. To personalize connections, support services, mentoring, Outcome Business Connections helps entrepreneurs overcome obstacles, build networks, and achieve their goals. I know I'm repeating myself here, but it is important that you understand that these are the things businesses need. They need the supports. They need the connections. They need the resources that Outcome Business Connections can offer. With comprehensive networks to support all of the businesses, a client can find alike businesses. With this, the client can also do things from personalized collaborations with other alike businesses to just learning about, well, what if I started going into this market? Where someone just looking to start their own small business, they can connect with people who have already created the business and ask, hey, what were some of the things that you found? What were some of the things that might have caused issues? Is this worth trying to go into? That's good. Okay. So our Business Connections will connect to a wide range of consumers, including prospective business owners, new businesses, local businesses, and consumers just seeking to buy the products. Prospective business owners can rely on Outcome Business Connections for mentorship, guidance, resources to help them turn their business into a reality. If it's just something for filling out paperwork, all the way to just finding a supplier that would produce the product, we can do that by connecting with other businesses, such as new businesses. New businesses can benefit from support services, from connections. Our Business Connections can help connect new businesses with prospective businesses, with well-developed businesses in the area to make a network, a community, almost a family of businesses that can create a better economy in our country. New businesses often struggle with getting a strong foundation, getting the name out there, navigating the early challenges of growth, like what paperwork do you file? Should you file a copyright form? Should you file anything?
Oftentimes the businesses don't know they need to do that, don't care to do it, don't understand that what it is that they need to do. We will be there to help, support, and guide. Local businesses. Yeah, sure, we know a lot of businesses, we know a lot of local businesses here that are good, but they could be better. You could see them expand, you could see them go places. Instead of just the Four Corners area of La Plata County, you could see them go up to like Denver, you could see them go to Colorado Springs, maybe even out past that, Wyoming, Utah, Texas, anywhere, really. Then consumers are like benefited indirectly, but they're still benefited. By providing our services out there to the people, to people who want to create a business, we also provide, advertisements. We help get their names out there. We help their business go to local farmers markets, go to anywhere that they need to go to help spread their voice, show people they are out there. And with all that, like, why shouldn't a business do it? They should. Well, there are online tutorials, generic support services available to people, even for free. Upon Business Connection distinguishes itself from others by offering personalized services, hands-on, like, support. Let's see. And we are there for the customer. If they call us at 11 o'clock at night, we will be there, ready to help. Today you see, yeah, go online, go see a tutorial, go watch the DIY videos. Those aren't helpful for someone who has nothing to do with the business. You see online tutorials like, hey, how do I start a food truck? You'll see a lot of like, yeah, here's a food truck in Denver. Here's how you make a food truck good in like somewhere else, just not in the local area. But we know that food trucks can survive here. You see 11th Street Station. You see a bunch of food trucks around town. Those food trucks, how do they get so successful? They have brand recognition. We can help people do that. Not just food trucks, restaurants, like repair shops, automotive shops, anything. We help. Unlike traditional competitors that may offer generic solutions or leave it to you, like, here you go, here's the resources you need, figure it out yourself. We will be there, we will sit down with you, talk to you about your business, figure out where your strengths and weaknesses lie. Do you need some more support finding suppliers? Do you need some more support getting out to the market? Do you need support filling out paperwork? We can do it all. By building strong relationships with our clients and providing customized services, we at Alpine Business Connection establish ourselves as a trusted partner in the local success of our partners. So that means we want to see this business succeed. We aren't there just to make money. We aren't there just to say, here you go, you finished. No, we want to keep them for a lifetime client. We want to keep them from the prospective business idea to the new business, to the local business, to the big business. We want to be there the entire step of the way. We hope that we can help use you to go help more people too. It's really just, we have a step above our competitors. Competitors who just say, do it yourself, figure it out. Those are not the people that we want. Those businesses just, they help, they should, but they are not what we need. Our Business Connection will employ a we will use multi-marketing schemes to approach our customer segments. This will include word of mouth, direct consumer marketing, and social media engagement. Using all that, we can go using my connections. I know quite a few local businesses, quite a few people who want to start a business. I can already guarantee I've already got customers. Let's see. Using, with that, we already have a step in the group. We can go to these businesses that I know, ask them, hey, do you want to join us? Would you be willing to test out the idea with me? Maybe not even, maybe it doesn't succeed, oh well. But with this, we can show that it will succeed. We will show that it is ready to go, to help new businesses, to help local businesses, help just small businesses. And also, as the business expands, we will target like social media. We will go on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever it may be, and talk to these businesses. Say, hey, we're there. Hey, look at the success we've done. You'll also use that other businesses that have come with us. Let's see. The team is myself. I'm the founder and owner of Alpine Business Connections. As the business plan grows, I plan to expand the team to include 8 to 10 full-time employees for each location. This will include hiring people with diverse expertise, including development, marketing, customer relations. We will grow. We will continue building our team. See milestones. So at first we plan to successfully launch our business, develop a permanent location, build strong community relations. In 3 years, we plan to expand to the rest of Colorado, expand to parts of the Four Corners region, improve facilities along the way, start developing a mobile app, increase earnings 5 times of our first year. Let's see. 5-year milestones, we plan to release our mobile app. We continue to grow, and we will continue. Our profit expense margin, it shows that it works. If we have something here that can grow, it will make money. I've developed the formula, S of n plus 1, S of n is equal to S of n plus 14 plus 2n. That shows, you may not understand what it means, but as mathematics. So here I've got this paper for y'all. It's just one side about that. But it shows how the business will grow. We will start with 10, then we will keep them, charge them less, then we will get another 12, then continue. Same thing, you can follow the pattern. It will just continue to grow and expand while we bring in new customers. Now, I ask you, would you support me and make our local economy, new businesses, succeed, become the best that they possibly could be, become so strong that La Plata County, the local area, and small businesses have a foot above big businesses like Amazon, Walmart, all of those. Thank you.
Now we can open up to Q&A to the judges.
What are you charging?
Yeah.
Sorry to speak, but what's your price? What does it cost for someone to join? How are you charging them? What's your sales?
Yeah.
Are you charging hourly? You mentioned if someone calls at 11 p.m., they'll pick up. I mean, 24/7 service is expensive.
Yeah. So basically, do you all have the business plan in front of you?
I don't
Just to
know,
reference
but I
back
have
to.
to read it.
Okay. So what I've said is that most businesses, not all, the price is depending on the size of the business. It is depending on that. But for most businesses, on average, it will be about $2,000 to sign up for us to build to get you in our systems. And then from there, every month after that, it will be about $1,000 a month or the cost of a part-time employee. The reason I say that you will be able to call us at 11 o'clock at night is because I hope that we will build enough of a connection with our clients, with the people that we want to serve, that we are more than just business relations. We are on a friendship level. We are on a community level. Like, hey, let me call up my friend who knows how to help. 11 o'clock might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's what I hope that we see. It's what I hope that we can do.
Can you give me like 3 specific things that you will do? I'm still trying to figure out if you're marketing, if you're operations, if you're management consulting,
Yes.
like. There's a lot in there.
Yes.
So some specific examples, like what is that 11 o'clock call for? And what do you do?
So basically, the whole point of the business is it is a consultation firm and a networking community. So it's kind of splits off into 2. The networking is a bit of itself alone. It's there. It's what we hope to build and what kind of draws in customers. Then our main side that we really need to focus on is the consultation firm side of it. That is basically anything to help the business. So some services will cost, like we will have services that cost extra just because it's like something that's uncommon, something like finding a lawyer in case a business gets sued. We can help do that. But it's essentially anything that the business needs. We will sit down when we first talk with the business, figure out what they need, what they expect they want and need, what we know that they need from other clients, and develop a price and make the price kind of reflect that. So essentially it's everything. But it's just what the business needs themselves. They say what they need, we can provide it. If that makes sense. Or do you have any other questions?
That's good.
Are you looking at just small businesses as your clientele, or are you looking at any other type of?
So basically, yes and no. So my main goal is new, local, and small businesses, because those are who I want to support, who need the most support. We will also provide our services to big businesses, but the cost will be more. So like with a bigger business, say Amazon, for example, we would charge a lot of money because our goal is to help the small businesses grow to those levels. But I'm not saying we won't take them on. If they agree to our price, we will take them on, but it's unlikely, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that, beyond small businesses, you might consider supporting like some of the local governments and nonprofit organizations. The nonprofits particularly need a lot of support, just because they don't have the skill set usually of a full-blown business entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And individuals as well as finding them. Just an idea of them.
Yeah, I kind of thought about that, but just because this is a business plan competition, I was a little hesitant on doing that. But I have thought about that, and that does sound like something I wanted to do. I believe in my business plan, I've said that we would come, like help with, connect with local schools and like other similar type organizations to help foster growth in their system, help them, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I'm not sure where that would be, but.
Yeah, I can't remember seeing it, but that's, that's kind of what I was alluding to, yeah, is helping support small local governments, school districts, things like that. It's always an area to consider.
I think it would have a partners section on the business plan that I've said a little bit about that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sell your business to me in 2 sentences.
What?
What you do, what you could bring to a company.
We will help small and local businesses become the best that they can be. With connection, with services and connections, we will provide those that they need. That.
Okay. So in short terms, it seems like you're kind of selling a subscription to a networking social club and your own personal services. So what connections do you already have? Do you have a business degree? How are you going to prove to your customers that you bring value to the table? I mean, being a young business owner myself, it's definitely something you got to battle with. You're young, so there's kind of a outstanding reputation that you're inexperienced, which I mean, we all are at a young age. So how are you going to convince older business owners, people who've been in the industry 15, 20 years that you can actually help grow their business and change it?
Yes, so unfortunately, I updated this last minute and I was not able to provide show. So I sent out a survey to friends, family, and community members, asking, would you want to support, would you use the services if they were available to you? And I also asked for a cost of about a part-time employee or less than like about $1,000 for new businesses, would you use the services? And I got the response, yes, they would use the services if they were provided. I think 10 people filled out the survey, all said yes. Then about half of them, so about 4 or 5 of them said that they would use the service for that cost of part-time employee or less than $1,000. A quarter of them said maybe, so I would need to connect with them and actually develop something with them. Then a quarter also said that they would need more information. So that shows that, I don't have any proof of it, but check me instead. But that shows that there is people willing to try. It shows that there are people willing to try. Then also, so my father owns his own painting business. My mother owns her own tutoring business. I also know a car dealer in Bayfield. I know a bunch of people who own their own businesses. If I were to talk to them and ask them, would you help? Would you just show that the idea works? Then I believe that we could at least build the foundations of our network. Then from there, we just slowly expand, try to get more people in our network. I've also listed in the business plan that we will try to connect to more businesses and sign them up.
What do you value about, oh, sorry. Good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, chime in a little bit of the question that was asked. One thing that'd be very helpful is you are a younger person and you get done with your college education, people are still gonna view you as young. But I think building a workforce around you, experienced, skilled people will help alleviate that kind of difficulty of people not believing in you, but rather your whole team. The other thing that's really helpful if you look at going into this type of management consulting or any type of service industry, particularly in this area, is understanding the power of generative AI like ChatGPT. There's a lot of things that can be done in management consulting using ChatGPT, like business plans can be produced, and all kinds of reports that can be produced without even really do the work that we used to put people to work to write up tons of reports for the clientele. Now you can just run a ChatGPT, produce a report in seconds, review it, spot check it, and submit it. The other thing is what I was thinking is also predictive AI. That's another area where you might consider as a consultant. A lot of the services people need is like when they're in dire straits, things are going wrong. How do I fix this? Well, predictive AI can really help in a lot of those areas of reducing costs, but also adding value. But just some thoughts.
Yeah, thank you.
One final question. What do you think a part-time consultant employee wages is?
I'm sorry?
What do you think the wages of a part-time business consultant would be?
Yes,
I know you talked a lot about $1,000 a month.
yeah. So I can't recall the number off the top of my head, but I did list it in the business plan. I believe we did salary based. So we would hire complete full-time employees and they would help multiple businesses. I say part-time employee to the business that it's being provided. And each agent, as I called it, would be able to help like between 10 to 50 businesses, depending on the business, depending on what they do. So they would be, and I would pay them about 50,000, I believe, annually, more or less, depending on how well they do, how many businesses they've.
That would be for a part-time, 50 grand a year.
Yep.
Any other questions? Awesome.
Yeah, sweet. Yes, we'll be taking a lunch break. We'll walk you guys over to the lunchroom. We'll be back
11:30 is the next, when the next one's supposed to begin. It's 11 right now, just about.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, that's Michael about that, I don't think that's really taking attention. Somehow I have to. Yeah, like, he's the.
So are you all ready or would you like?
Do it again.
That's amazing.
It's Michael about that, it's usually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry, the timer whenever you're ready.
He's been fun to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, so I worked full-time while I was in school.
And then whenever you all ready, we'll be going.
You guys good? Okay. Dlatego też Hallie Anderson Gonzalez, jeśli możemy jeśli team by this team. Greetings, my name is Hallie Anderson. I am a full-blood member of the White Mountain Apache Tribe, and today I'll be here sharing with you is Apache Treasures. Okay, so Apache Treasure represents my reservation. It's a sovereign nation at White Bear, Arizona. It resides on the Fort Apache Indian Reservation, which is on the east central part of it. It's about a 3-hour drive from Phoenix and a 1-hour drive from Globe. On my home, we face we are facing limited economic opportunities. I believe that our reservation is the land steeped in rich history, culture, and natural beauty, yet it remains underexplored by tourism. Because of this, artists lack the platform to showcase their work, which limits their income and the preservation of Apache art. To address this, Apache Treasure will be a website that sells new types of products. We will have traditional crafts, which is the burden basket that I have here, and there will be the canvases, painted canvases for the artwork, and jewelry for. We'll have the jewelry as earrings. This makes our mission statement that we will offer a wide range of high quality, locally sourced souvenirs that reflects our Apache culture and history. Our main influence of this are from my ancestors. They went through plenty of hardships, but they were able to learn from the resources of the Mother Earth. This helps our faith in the traditional ceremonies, sunrise dances, holy ground ceremonies, sweats, and the holy scriptures and services. This is my main motivation to this idea. This makes our characteristics of Apache Treasure, making the cultural authenticity because all products are locally sourced from home. This makes the community empowerment because the local artists sell their products here. And it also boosts the tourism promotion because we are showing you my heritage. And it's also an educational resource because whenever you interact with the website, you will learn from the pictures, videos, and content on there. It will also encourage entrepreneurship spirit on my reservation because of the unemployment rate we face. And because of this, it will bring a new growth in our tribal economy. These characteristics influence our business model because we are selling 3 types of Apache-made products. This makes us a retail trade according to Arizona's Corporation Commission. And that way we are like a digital gallery for anyone to see. This also makes us a business to consumer type because you are able to buy all the items at your own time and whenever you want to online. This makes our marketing very crucial because we promote our heritage. And because of that, we currently have Instagram and Facebook linked together. From the 1-minute pitch video I submitted, it had about 700 to 800 views, which is very good on my reservation. And right now we have an email that contacts the local artists themselves and others as well. We also, as of right now, we do not have a website because I want a high usage of click-to-rate because it will bring the interactions with the pictures, photos, videos, contents, even the profile for each product who make these. And this is the reason why it will be offered worldwide. Our marketing helps us stand out from our local competitors. We have Honda Resort Casino Gift Shop, Sunrise General Store, Fort Apache Historic Park, and the museum. This is all located on my reservation, which is the map I'm showing you today. And comparing to all, they lack brand awareness and online access to purchase any of their products, making Apache Treasure stand out the most. To our national competitors, they all reside beyond Arizona and Colorado. We have A Generation at Washington, Shakota Powell Supply LLC at Idaho, Wandering Bull at New Hampshire, and Sharps Indian at Oklahoma. I would like to say that all our competitors do not share or sell Apache-made items. This makes us stand out the most. We can also start marketing here because Durango is near the Four Corner regions. And since we are near this area, we can collect inventory by the nearby state of Arizona, making it easy, accessible, and stand out the most of the Southwest region of the United States. To accomplish this, I, the sole owner and manager of Apache Treasure, will implement my tribal lifestyles and teaching to our upgrading website. I would like to be the strong connection between my Apache community and potential tourists. This way I can just show who we are. So I would like to briefly introduce my 7 confirmed artists as of right now, who are the backbone of Apache Treasures. For our traditional craft, we are selling our burden baskets for $500. We have Melanie who made this here today. I requested this last spring break, and last weekend I was able to bring it back from home to show you. And when I shared her the opportunities of Apache Treasure, she really accepted quickly because she stated that she was homeless. Her creations were her only source of income, and that really motivated me more to do this. This provided a source of income and possibly food on the table. Our burden baskets are used for ceremonial usages and practices, but it can be a display of remembrance for anyone to buy. It will also be a sustainable alternative instead of a plastic bowl because it can be decomposed to mother. Everything is made from the earth, even like the little jingle parts, it's from the aluminum cans. So it's really cool. I really like that of her. And then we have our artwork section selling our canvases for $300. We have 2 male artists talented enough to draw these crown dancers. Because in our heritage, women are not allowed to do so. So this brings the value that these 2 talented are working with Apache Treasures. We have Isaiah in his early 20s, and we have Laurel in his early 30s. Then in our jewelry section, we have our earrings selling for $70. In this category, we have 4 confirmed artists. And now we have Bernita, she's a Fort Lewis College alumni, and she pursued her passion even more once she returned home. Next, we have Nico, who participates in a lot of our sunrise dances. This motivates his creations in this category. Next, we have Philip in his late 40s, who favors making bracelets that can also be put into the jewelry section. And now we have Tashea, who is graduating high school. She is striving in business and college to start her career right here. How the money works is that I will buy each product from each artist as shown here, then I will sell it for even more in hopes that it won't be sold again. I believe that whenever we share our identity, we are giving ourselves a lot more. And I believe we are very valuable because our reservation, we're the only one in the world which resides on 1.67 million acres. So I believe that we represent a lot, just very small portion. And in this category, I would like to mention that since often you do not find an Apache woman and business owner selling this, this proves the locally sourced products to purchase for anyone. The idea of Apache Treasure started by the encouragement of ABLE. I was able to learn resources such as the Center of Innovation, and I attended some workshops that morphed my idea to what it is today. Next, I participated in the FLC microgrant pitch competition. Winning the grand prize, I was able to start this idea even more. Then I reached out to the Arizona SBDC Small Business Development Center, and then we had our first appointment at Sholo, and I was able to speak with Jennifer. And by their guidance and her, I was able to purchase the LLC in Arizona. It was on February 13th, which is a cool reminder because it was like a self-love before Valentine's Day, which I really love. So here I have the articles of organization to prove that for you, which was on my business plan as well. Next, I purchased publishing with the White Mountain Independent. This shows my commitment to the nearby communities of Show Low, Pine Top, Honda, and my home as well. On March 30th, I was able to confirm the numbers of artisans I have, which I showed you, the 7. And this made my first purchase of the Burden Basket here. Today, I'm participating in a hog tank competition, and after today's results, I would like to return home on March 3rd. In May, I have potential summer employment either working at Sunrise Park Resort, Honda Resort Casino to share this idea of Patch of Treasures. And then I would like to push the collaboration I have with the museum since I spoke with them last weekend when I was home. Then I would like to also start my content creating of the Sunrise Dance. The Sunrise Dance starts its season and it's very impactful, which I believe everyone can learn about actually. And it's a 4-day ceremony which marks the girls coming into womanhood. Then after all the information and inventory collected, I would love to launch my website. This leaves me with a quote with you, and it's going to be: the Western Apache Pass will remain clouded and out of reach. A different view is needed to bring it into focus. Clear field of vision trained upon the earth in Apache gaze experience near. This is from a book, and I recommend anyone to read. It's called Don't Let the Sun Step Over You. This motivates me a lot because most Native American tribes have faced a lot of hardships in the past, but with the interactions of Apache treasures, it brings that interaction and the conversation about it. This way, there's so much meaning behind this. So, because this book was written by a fellow Apache elder of my reservation, so which is really cool. I really love the book too. And on that book, there's also stories from what she experienced from her young age to her old age. So our lives today is that we learn from our ancestors, but we live the present and we look towards the future. Our home and our heritage provides a strong foundation which we fully engage in global society today. Ahea means thank you in my language, and I would love to hear any questions you have about this.
I'll start. Have you thought about selling products on commission, or consignment? That's the word I was looking for. Where like you take the product, you sell it, and then you take a percentage of the sales and then give it back to the client. That way your upfront and startup costs are lower.
Yeah, I plan to do that. That's where I put the projection. I was gonna buy it from the price of, let's just say the Burden Basket 210 and the sell it for 500. By subtracting those, it would leave about like 250. So then the 200 would be for me, and possibly 550 would be with the artisans.
Okay, well, so kind of what I was asking is, would the artist be able to give that to you, and then as soon as you sell it, you pay them? That way you don't got to buy the product up front.
I can implement that to my idea. Yeah, luckily I was able to buy this from like in person, and yeah, because most of these artisans are waiting for purchase. So.
Yeah, that just helps keep your cash flow open and your credit balances. You just credit like that to your vendor.
Okay.
So that would be an option to get some more inventory flowing through, and help spread the name.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably just the idea that you could probably then offer more products. But my question was, how'd you get the idea?
How I got it was when I went home and I met some of these vendors. I know some of them, like Isaiah, he loves to draw, and whenever I had these conversations with him, he started pushing his career, but he kind of stopped drawing, and we kind of influenced him another source of income. My sister and I, maybe tattooing. So he started pursuing that, and because he stepped away from art and went to another field, and that kind of saddened me because it's like these are very beautiful. The drawings I did show you with the crown dancers. Again, only male artists are able to do that. So how it actually started too was by the encouragement of Abel. My interaction with Abel actually really reminded me of home. But since home is like a 6-hour drive from here, kept those ties really close too, which I really love too. And then also I spoke with Devin too, and I was telling him like how, or what should I do for the micro grant pitch competition, and we kind of brainstormed some ideas, and it was really what it is today. And by implementing both of our ideas, I believe that that's when I took it off from there.
Have you, you've had some sales already, right?
Or sales, like selling right now.
You've already been selling some of the product.
Oh, no, I have not sold any because I don't have a website yet. I would like to find and look for a website that can possibly be linked for Shopify so that it can be offered worldwide. So that in a way that the only thing that's holding me back is because of the high usage. I need to find out, because on the website, I imagine that similar to Amazon, like there'll be a search bar, tabs, and it, but whenever you look about each item, you'll learn about who makes it, maybe their profile and everything that shows like the interactions, and maybe possibly a video of how to make it. So currently I'm not selling anything, but I was able to purchase this right now.
Have you thought about doing limited drops? Like I know a lot of high-end clothing brands and stuff like that are doing a bunch of marketing, bunch of advertising, and then, you know, only selling product for 24, 36, 48 hours, things like that. And they're experiencing like extreme volumes of sales. I know that's becoming more common in the clothing and apparel industry and the art industry. Have you thought about doing something like that? Kind of releasing it as limited drops, or, you know, we're only selling this product for this amount of time to help drive up interest and spike sales because people know it won't be around forever.
Yeah, but like with the garden baskets, it's a seasonal thing, so you actually start making this like during the round when it gets warm. And for the employment, I only really want to employ artisans back at home. Depending on what they want to sell, I would be open to do that. The only issue is that there's that cultural part, because like I'm wearing my Apache attire. This was all made from vendors back at home, and the thing is that I don't know how to feel if someone else wore it who doesn't come from my tribe. So that's the thing that's also confusing. I want to work with, and I'm willing to maybe to work more. Philip on there, I put him in the jewelry section, but he's also in the traditional craft because he makes these small pockets, and maybe that could be out there. He also hand stitches everything, and he also makes hand stitched leathering as well for the bags he has.
So, earlier, we asked a question about the inventory. I guess you'll need to be purchasing the inventory. How are you, I mean, what are you looking at to get the funds to be able to purchase that inventory, get the business started?
Okay, with the inventory, the cost of goods for each baskets were actually included the gas, and it also included the shipping out. Or yeah, I included the gas and the shipping out and the product itself. So the product, let's just say the burner basket would be like $100, and then the gas would be $20. So to get those fundings, I have fundings for the micro grant pitch competition. I was able to purchase this from that as well, and the publishing, and also I would say family members as well. But I really don't want to touch in that area because this is the business itself too.
I could throw a couple of ideas out there for you. One of the organizations operating out of Arizona right now is the Change Labs. Are you familiar with them?
Oh, no, but I can keep that in mind.
Yeah, they're up in Tuba City. Take a look at them. I'm pretty sure they can fund projects even down in your home area. The other one is Native Community Capital. They're based out of Mesa, Arizona. They help startup funds. They're a native CDFI, so they can help with a lot of these startup funds that you're looking at in your particular idea. And they specialize in native entrepreneurship.
That would be great.
Definitely looks at.
Yeah, and I think I would like to mention is that I also, with the April mentoring program, I'm speaking with Darcy Hitchcock, and she really is from Arizona. So I talked to her about my ideas, and she was able to say like, oh, I can help you with funding. I can you can help you find some grants and anything for me to apply for. Yeah, so I'm hoping to use April to my advantage right now. Any more questions? No? Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you.
Take a 6-minute break and then our next meeting.
You're one? It was just like, wow, you are. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Is he just getting care of his? Yeah. No, it's always like that. I would say. It's kind of like the difference. There's a lot of.
I have one. But on the bottom, I do my staff.
I think it would be, yeah. Just, yeah.
I do very.
We'll start. Hang on here, bro.
Help yourselves, do good, do whatever.
We're going. Good. My legs are broken.
Your legs are broken.
Just standing in a corner.
You have a chin, huh?
I know, I had to get in. I wouldn't have survived. Can we move through that?
Not much, just like so far. A lot of the stuff's in the gallons.
That's, yeah. Get that quick. Well, for sure, I mean. Mildly probably. Should be my final year. Oh, yeah, a lot of places do my expenses, it's a cheaper product than my government. Right. And then everybody's provides it. But that's it. I think, you know, that's just small ways nuance, it should be, we get there. But, so you got, you know, she also should shades, she's right. Oh, figure out what they're like.
All ready for the next one?
Oh, yeah.
Grabber.
Hi, my name is Emily Sawyer, and I'm the team leader of Vista Air. Vista Air is a drone imagery company that specializes in the production of imagery for real estate and construction. The inspiration for this company stemmed from me and my dad, who's a custom home builder, have clients that live outside of the area of where their house is being built. And in these cases, they can't come to see the progression of their house being built very regularly. And it falls on the contractor to send progression photos. Low insight photos that have low quality and don't adequately show the progression of the house being built. Ground photos like these. And in these cases, it can be hard for clients if they're faced with unplanned decisions and they have a hard time making informed decisions because of this. So imagine that this is your custom home, and all you have to reference the progression of your house being built is this photo and a set of blueprints. Now, we wouldn't be able to tell if this is the south wall or the north wall. If this is where your bedroom's gonna be, or if this is where your sitting room's gonna be. It would be really hard. And this feeling of being underinformed about the progression of your house is really scary. The home is a huge investment, a huge financial and huge emotional investment. And for most people, their home is their largest investment.
And it feels risky to be underinformed. It feels like there's potential risk for wasting time and money. Nobody wants this. And these same ideas can translate into grading and commercial construction. If interested parties such as investors, board members, engineers aren't able to regularly visit the job site, it results in underinformed decisions and can result in trying to change your mind down the road and replace and fix some things. Again, things come out of nobody wants this. But this is where Vista Aerial comes in. Vista Aerial will provide its clients with highly informative aerial imagery. People are willing to pay a little extra money to be more informed about things that are important in your life. That's why my peers and I are in school right now, to reduce the risk of being unemployed in the future and bringing more information about important things in my life. The same principles that are present in Vista Aerial's value proposition. Interested parties will be willing to spend $150 to $250 to receive this highly informative aerial imagery. And this imagery will act as a visual aid for clients to understand current progression of their construction project being developed and to understand what the next step will be in their project. The imagery produced by Vista Aerial will help clients have more information and thus more power to reduce the risk of wasting valuable time and money. The same ideas can be translated into the importance of creating highly informative real estate imagery. People that live outside of the area and want to move to places like Durango will want highly informative aerial imagery of a potential property they might want to buy in the surrounding areas. So real estate agents will need to hire companies like Vista Aerial to produce this highly informative imagery. Let's talk about competitors in the area. So there's two main competitors, Samlon Drones and Stellar Media. They don't do construction private commerce monitoring, but they do participate in real estate imagery. And part of my market research was understanding how I can maybe set myself apart in these more competitive sectors such as real estate. And there's two conversations I have with people that come to mind. And first was a conversation with an individual who hired Samlon Drones to have aerial imagery produced of her land. Months went by and she still didn't hear from this company about the production of the photos. She hadn't received the photos. And I also talked to a local real estate agent who hired Stellar Media. And the real estate agent expressed having a hard time finding a drone company, and specifically this drone company didn't listen to his creative vision. They just went with what they thought was right. And based on these two conversations, I have determined that there's room within these more competitive sectors to set myself in these more competitive sectors, and by the use of high value customer service, like effective communication, listening to clients, and quicker turnaround times, I can set myself apart in these competitive sectors, such as real estate. Let's talk about key partners. Key partners will be important to have a successful business, and this will start with our clients. In order to have work coming in, we're going to need to form strong connections with our clients. This will include construction companies, real estate agents, and local governments participating in development projects. Being that I'm from Oglala County, I already have some of these connections developed, and that will be a great benefit for the success of my business. I'll also want to continue using knowledge of mentors. I have a mentor, his name is River Sneed. He's a good friend of mine, and he owns and operates a successful drone company in South Carolina. He's been an important aspect in understanding how to run a successful drone company thus far, and I foresee as I move into the industry, he'll be an important wealth of knowledge to leverage in the success of my business. I'll also want to create a strong partnership with Fellow Community College. They have an amazing drone program, and I will want to start by taking my Part 107 license through them, so I can operate a DJI Mavic Pro 3. And they have a lot of additional classes that I will want to take to improve my personal human capital, like their 3D mapping, the thermal imagery classes, and advanced photo and video editing classes, and remote mechanic classes. Let's talk about the team. So again, I'm Elena Sawyer, I'm team leader. I will be graduating in 2026 with a degree in economics and a minor in business administration. And for the last 6 summers, I've been working in construction for Jim Sawyer Construction. These are photos of me and a coworker working on a custom home we recently finished. And my experience in construction has taught me key steps in understanding how to build a house, the key steps in building a house, how to read floor plans, how to communicate with clients wanting to build houses. It has also instilled a strong work ethic within myself and shown me a need for a company like Vista Area. I've also been fortunate enough to spend 10 months working with a financial advisory team as an internship / client service specialist role, and I was exposed to the highest standard of customer service. And I learned skills like efficient communication, reliability, and responsiveness to clients. And those will be key skills in the success of my business. Also around year 3, I want to hire someone onto my team so that we can grow and increase turnaround times. This will be an integral part in growing my business and scaling out of just La Platte County and the surrounding areas. Let's talk about marketing. So first we'll want to implement a website, probably off of Squarespace. We will want to have an easy to understand website for clients to understand what we do and see some of our imagery. We will want to also have a place where clients can contact us easily. We'll then implement social media pages such as Instagram, TikTok, Facebook to have faces for clients to easily see what we do. And this will be a great tool to leverage onto once we want to expand past the product. We'll do the majority of our networking via network marketing at local events. And we'll do some print marketing with annual local events like the annual Parade of Homes. Putting an ad in the Parade of Homes pamphlet will be a great way to target our local target audience. Around year 3, I'll expand my networking marketing endeavors to local trade shows to try to grow sales again past the podcast. And I'll implement key performance indicators, KPIs, such as client acquisition costs, social media traffic, leads generated, website traffic. These key performance indicators will allow me to make decisions backed by data and reallocate marketing endeavors more efficiently. Let's talk about milestones. So once I realized there was a need for this company, I had a conversation with my dad, who's a custom home builder. Dad, would you use this company? He said yes, there's a need. And next I started going to local networking events like the La Platte County Economic Development Alliance. I started forming key relationships there. And through that endeavor, I landed a phone call with Ashton Custom Homes, one of the biggest custom home builders here in La Platte County. And to gauge viability and his needs in launching a company like mine. I had a conversation also with Viking Construction, who expressed serious interest in my services due to having multiple clients living in multiple different locations, and they aren't often able to come see the progression of their home need. I then talked with Heather Hope, the director of drone classes at PCC, to gauge her classes and the direction of the drone industry. She said that her classes are preparing students for the innovations of the future, and that there's a lot of new uses being developed for drones. And the drone industry isn't a dead-end industry. New uses are constantly emerging, and it's only getting started. I also talked with Justin Osborne, a local realtor here in Durango, and he expressed that he's very passionate about using drones for almost all of his listings, but he's had a historically hard time finding companies that listen to his creative vision rather than going with what they think is right. And most recently, I talked to Nicole Killian, Director of Development at Bayfield, Colorado, and she expressed that there's 15 development projects coming to Bayfield, and not only will the town of Bayfield be a potential client, but they would also be a potential strategic partner, leading our company to developers and engineers working in the area. So that was past milestones that I've already established. Let's talk about future goals. First, I'm gonna need to secure funding to make my business plan a reality. This summer, I'm gonna sign up for drone classes to get my Part 107 license. And also I can start working in the fall. I'll also continue to take classes in the fall to increase my human capital. I have a goal of 50 sales year 1, and I want to pay off starting capital by the end of year 2. I'm graduating in year 3, so I'll be able to allocate more time and energy into the growth of my business. In year 5, I have a goal of $150,000 of a beta. So based off of my market research, I've determined that it's a viable business for the use of construction and the use of drones within construction site progress monitoring. And I've determined that there is room for improvement within the more competitive sectors such as real estate drone. The drone but I'm still just scratching the surface with the use of drones. The drone industry is constantly emerging, new technologies are constantly emerging, and I've allocated continual education into my budgeting so that I can give my business the best opportunity to grow and be part of this innovation. The beautiful thing about a drone company is that you can use the same equipment and pivot into new sectors that might be more profitable and might be more booming. So that's really exciting to hear also. I'm so excited to start this business. I'm excited to give it my all and give it a lot of hard work. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let's move on to questions.
Yeah, this is a really great plan. I really appreciate the presentation. It's, you definitely got some connections that are helping you out and lead you in the right direction. One thing I was thinking about, there's opportunities in the federal space for especially women-owned businesses. Is that something you consider getting a designation for and looking for opportunities in the government space?
That is something I'm interested in, and that's kind of me talking to like town governments like Bayfield. That's kind of maybe getting my foot into that door of like federal kind of spaces. But yeah, that is something that I'd be super interested in pursuing. Because I think there is opportunities there.
Yeah.
And I am just scratching the surface. With I think my business is viable, but I know I'm just scratching the surface. I haven't thought of everything that is applicable.
Yeah, definitely keeping your vision out there for things that could be coming for you. The residential, the local projects are definitely a viable business thing. But I think long term, you could potentially pick up some big contract work. That recent bipartisan infrastructure law 2021 has provided just numerous opportunities in this space. Again, for minority and women-owned businesses. And so it's something you might want to just talk to some folks about out there to see if it's something you might want to get the designation for in the next few. It takes a few years to get that proper designation through the SBA. So now's the time to be talking about what you're going to be doing in 3 to 5 years from now. Because it takes time to get that designation set up.
And that part of my like marketing and networking is talking to people like you, and then you have this wealth of knowledge about that. And so then you sitting me down that road. And so that's part of my importance with network marketing. So I can have these conversations and explain the opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. Because there's a lot of opportunity out there, both in the federal space, but also states. There's a lot of that money just come right down into the state coffers for highway projects. There's a lot of money going into the mineral mapping space right now. And I think, let's see, what's the other one here? I was just looking at. Yeah, this local state government investment is just going to be continually expanding. So there are a lot of funds going into the research and development of this technology. So yeah, it's something to definitely talk to your local SBA reps about. and just try to get yourself ahead of things. I think it's out there for you.
Sweet, awesome. Yeah, I'll be on top of that. That's really interesting.
Couple of questions.
Okay.
Who is your target client? Is your target client the homeowner, or is your target client the GC who's building the home so they can keep their customer happy?
The target, so probably I'm gonna be a business to business operation. I think the contractor will have the most clients, they'll see the clients that are fit. It's gonna be hard to be an individual and like, oh, you're building a custom home, I know that, that's gonna be harder. So I'm gonna target those GCs.
Okay.
And then obviously the client will be paying for it because they wanna have this information, but it will go through the GC. And I think that will also be like having me getting paid will be easier going through the GC because they're a business and that income will come to me rather than a client being like, oh, I already have the photos, I don't need to pay you.
Yeah, you don't have to chase people down.
Mhm.
And then pricing, I've spent a lot of time in the transportation and heavy equipment industry.
Yeah.
I know job sites are all over the county. So how are you gonna price for that? Are you gonna price for travel time? Are you gonna bill hourly? And then kind of in addition to that, of the billing is, are you including editing in that, to edit your videos and things like that, to put it all together? How extreme are you going with your editing? Is that all included in the price, or?
That will be included in the price. So we're gonna have to consider like experience of the drone operator, how far it's gonna be, how long we're gonna have to take the images, and how long it will take to do editing. For construction and the construction site progress monitoring, I think the editing will be pretty minimal. But yes, we want to incorporate all those things. And so we'll have to think about the hourly that we want to pay me to like take these imagery, and then also drive time hourly, and then consider like my maintenance for my car, you know, like maintenance for the drone too. And we'll consider all of that. And then obviously the production, not obviously, but the production time too. But again, the thing about construction is I think there'll be less editing production time. A lot of like, my friend River, who does drone imagery for construction and grading, he doesn't have to do much editing time. The hardest part is just getting it to the client and as the post-production product. Yeah, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess kind of raise the follow on. Have you ever thought about like kind of doing like a live phone call with the client or with the customer or the GC to figure out exactly what the client's concerned about? Because I own an automotive shop, so like miscommunication with clients causes a lot of frustration and them not being able to view what's going on. You know, if you tell them, yeah, we're making progress on the foundation, but you know, the concrete forms haven't been removed or anything yet, things like that, that could definitely raise some frustration within the client themselves. Have you thought about like taking special requests and things like that of like, hey, you know, I'm on the phone with you right now, where would you like to see with you the drone?
That is a really good point, that like, maybe what the GC thinks is an important thing to see, maybe the client has something else that they totally don't, that like, they're not thinking the same way. And so I think that's a really important point, that we should talk to the client and the GC. It should be like a conference call kind of situation. And like also receive feedback as we do like one photo, so that we can know more targeted what they want in the next photo. I think that's a really good insight. Yeah.
Because yeah, sometimes what GCs think clients want, what clients actually want is totally different. I'm sure with your dad being one, you've seen it before, but
yeah. Totally.
Seems like a lot of opportunity. I'm just envisioning like same flight path, time lapse, you know, stuff like that could be really cool as a finished product, also like extra.
And I think too, like for these bigger contractor GCs, they really want to have the end product a little bit more market ready, like to also use as marketing materials. And so like those will be costed differently than just the progression photos. Those will be costed out a little bit more taking more editing time and so forth. Yeah. But I think there's a bunch of things that I'm not even thinking of, and just based on what I have, there's a viable market, but I can totally expand into new sectors with this equipment that I budgeted for.
But another one, with seasonality, construction slows down a lot in the community in the winter because of snow and things like that. You can't, concrete doesn't dry as fast, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do to help prevent like experiencing a slow off season? Are you gonna kind of get into other markets? Are you gonna travel to like south where it's warmer, things like that? Are you concerned about seasonality affecting your business?
That is a really good thing to think about, and I have thought about this a little bit. So usually the foundation is poured in the summer, that's when like all the earthwork is happening, but there's still that like framing progress that usually happens in the winter, I've seen. And like these 2-year project houses, like they still are working in the winter, and so I think at least with these custom homes and the commercial housing, that there's still be drone imagery that people want to have taken and sent to their clients, so they're staying informed. And I could also see a space where like clients want to travel less to, unless they want to go skiing, that's, maybe they'll travel more. But like, they might want to travel less here in the winter when it's February and the snow's melting and kind of gone. So, but that's a really good point, maybe if I do experience it slowing down, going south might be the better market. And that's something I would be interested in, yeah.
And I know a lot of GCs do that themselves, as they go work in other places. I have a bunch of clients that end up they go and build houses in Mexico, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I don't make any money in Durango, so they'll go to Mexico and things like that and build houses down there, so.
Okay, yeah.
Linking up with a bunch of GCs would be the move.
I think there is a market in the winter too.
Yep.
But that's a really good perspective and point.
Wanted to add that, it seems that the regulations in this industry are starting to get heavier and heavier.
Yes.
So, have you given much thought on that, or have you explored or studied, researched any of that?
I have, so. As far as like drones, like there are some regulations in the federal space where you spend your money on drones. And so there's some like question marks on whether DJI drones are going to be allowed. Yeah, I think they will be, and like based on what people are saying, it might just be, it's already kind of outlawed with federal funding for drones. But for DJI drones, but not on the personal space for small business. But there is concern that will be changing uniformly. But there's also, I think the Part 107 licensing program, a lot of the questions are geared towards like airports and stuff. And so they don't really know where to put the drone classifications. And so I think those tests are slowly going to be more geared for people operating drones and being more informed in that space. And I also foresee that insurance prices are gonna have to increase. Part of my budgeting for my drone insurance, I actually got a quote from my insurance agents for a drone company doing $10,000 of revenue, which is like my first year's revenue projection. And I also increased that number by increasing sales, just to kind of map that insurance liability. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just something that's kind of important, I think, because I know some of the regulations vary by states, but there's two organizations that you just kind of have to keep an eye on. Maybe your connection with the school that you're talking to will help you out with some of that insight on some of the ISO standards, like the National Society of Professional Surveyors, the NSPS. They pretty much regulate this industry and have standards in play. So it's just good to know what they're doing. And if the coursework that you're looking at is sufficient, that would be good for you.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, they don't really know where to put drones so far, I think, in what regulation. I do foresee that like piling up a little bit.
Real quick question. Have you been looking at the LiDAR?
I have.
The drone?
Yes, that seems super interesting, and they offer like thermal imagery through the LiDAR like classes at PCC. So I think that will be part of like increasing my human capital on top of the things I've already listed.
Yeah, one thing that you just keep in mind is that, right now, Federal Reserve just keeps talking about, keeping rates higher for longer. If that continues, it's just going to continue to put more pressure on the housing market and the commercial markets. And so while you're looking at that as an initial entryway into this industry, again, looking at government and other type of services may be where you want to be long-term, because if they do keep rates higher for longer, for years, that's going to keep the housing and the commercial markets really tapered. back and it might affect the demand in those markets. So you'll need some kind of an off-ramp or something else to lead into or supplement the initial income.
Totally, I agree with that. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
All right.
Is there anything else? Any more questions? No? Awesome.
Well, thank you, guys.
That was the most person. Yeah, a little bit.
We'll take about 5 minutes while we're at the next presentation. Yeah. Stop. Yeah. We're waiting on Zeb. Come on, Zeb. You guys can talk about your, you guys talk about your name.
Yes.
Good.
So we'll get there.
If anybody likes some water while we wait, have a whole case here that we haven't really used, so. Yeah. Yeah.
That's really class.
Shut the rate. Y'all stay in yours. Stephen told me this week, he's like, Michael Bell, have you been getting any of our email?
Sweet.
Hi Hawks, my name is Roman Lutz.
And I'm Reagan Shoulders. And this is Cup, an all-in-one dehydrated smoothie.
In my tribe's language, Clement Charleston, Cub means to gather or harvest. Our mission starts with me and Reagan. We both saw our ancestors and people come before us struggle with many different things like access to fruit, access to food, and a whole bunch of things like diabetes and high blood pressure. And this impacted us, and we didn't want this to continue past our generation. For me, it starts with following my mom around while she worked on different reservations and just seeing firsthand that these reservations don't have access to fresh fruit or even nutritional foods, right? I saw these pre-packaged foods. I thought it was cool when I was a little kid, but that's not cool at all, seeing it now and looking back at it. So we want to fix these things.
So our solution is our dehydrated smoothies. We have all natural whole ingredients. We don't use preservatives, we don't use gums, we don't use artificial dyes. As you can see, this is a strawberry flavor and it is green. And we also have a lot of indigenous inspiration, not only in our story and our branding, but also in our ingredients. And it's super convenient. All you have to do is add water and shake it, and then you have your smoothie. And through this cost-effective production, we're able to carry this out and provide our communities with this affordable, nutritious option.
Sweet, now it's in, the challenge is in, Roman Sinnet Snack, hello, my name is Roman Lutz. I'm a proud Lummi Nation tribal member, which is in Upper Washington, and I'm an engineering student here at Fort Lewis College. I have a past in history, working in construction, public health, and I have a whole bunch of coursework that's relevant to this venture, such as math and public health. I've been taking public health classes, and I'm super passionate about bridging nutritional gaps for our people.
And I'm Reagan Shoulders. I'm a proud Rosebud Sioux tribe member back in South Dakota. And I'm a business administration major with a pre-law minor and digital marketing certification. At Cub, I mostly focus on the marketing and the brand image, along with production with Rowan.
And then it may look like it, but there may not look like it, but there is team gaps as there is just two of us, as we are just two students, an engineering student and a business student. There's gaps in nutrition, public health, marketing. To fill these gaps, we work with Natives, which is a company created by a professional chef that wants to uproot and kind of show the presence of indigenous food in this in any community. So we want to access that and talk to people there. And then also use Sweat the Head, which is a local business here, and use them for nutritional help and also get our name out there to tribes and communities. And then lastly, our marketing. I think that's one of the biggest tasks, is just getting our names out there and having the community know who we are. So we're already talking with students and interns that want to help us with our marketing and fill that gap. Our business model starts with production. Like Reagan said, we use low-cost dehydration methods, which is electrical dehydration. It's one of the cheapest dehydration methods, with only 89 cents per cycle, which is 14 hours. Compared to freeze drying, which is very expensive to start. Each module starts at $4,000. We started up with $200, and then we bought a dehydrator and got fruit, and that's how we started. For 14 hours, we dehydrated the fruit at 135 degrees. After that, we grind it up, siphon it through so we get all the clumps of moisture out. And then that way we can prevent moisture, which gives us a longer lasting product. Sourcing, we use end-of-life fruit and indigenous ingredients. Our end-of-life fruits is unique because we saw this waste of food here. We partnered with Grubhub because they had all this fruit going to waste. And we didn't like that, and like no one was taking it just because it was brown or because it was mushy or they didn't like the way it looked. And it was still good fruit, so we dehydrated it, incorporated it into a product. And also a fun fact, it produces more sugar at the end of its life, so it makes it for a sweeter taste. We also use indigenous ingredients, and we source from indigenous suppliers. Our wild rice and our stinging nettle is all sourced from indigenous suppliers. While we are indigenous business, we support indigenous businesses as well.
packaging. As you can see, there's no windows, there's nothing crazy on packaging. Because of that, dehydrated products are affected by light. They can't have light hit the product for a long period of time because it shortens the shelf life. And I think that's what's important about our product is shelf life. So we can reach more people, and the people that need it can hold it for a long time and use it when they need it. Distribution, we use a direct-to-consumer sales model, utilizing e-commerce, and as of right now, we're in prioritizing local markets and handling sales.
Okay, and now for our product, Rowan is gonna give you guys a live demonstration on just how easy it is to use Cup. As you can see, there is some separation happening, and like I said, we don't use preservatives, we don't use artificial dyes, and we don't use any gums or anything, and so that's normal. And each serving size is only $4, and this package holds 1 serving. And like I said, we have clean, simple, and indigenous ingredients. For this strawberry flavor in particular, the ingredients are strawberry, banana, spinach, kale, chia seeds, and then the indigenous ingredients of wild rice, which acts as a high protein source to it, and the nettle, which acts as an anti-inflammatory as well. And these ones in particular do contain milk, so if you do have a milk allergy, please be cautious of it. Feel free to open it, smell it, taste it. It's very earthy, and so that's part of our mission too, is not adding additional sweeteners in order to give our customers all the nutrients from the fruit. They are pretty sealed tight.
Probably, yeah, that's funny.
I think it's unique with this too, because you get different flavor profiles as you let it sit. So dehydrated fruit does rehydrate, it takes time to rehydrate. So it's gonna taste different when you add water in there and you drink it right away, or you wait until 5 to 10 minutes and let the fruit reconstitute and rehydrate.
Yeah, and we're working on more and more flavors. So the next flavor we want to introduce will be a wojapi flavor. And wojapi is a Lakota dessert consisting of choke cherries. And so we'll have the choke cherries, we'll probably add in some dehydrated agave, just to give it that little extra kick, so it's not as like earthy as this particular flavor is.
Sweet, moving on to the industry, we are in the dehydrated smoothie and foods industry. It's vast, nationwide, worldwide. Our top competitors nationally are Kenco and Switchback Foods, which are kind of more hiking and outdoors based sellers that want a quick and easy rehydratable on a hike product. This only has fruits and vegetables, and it's just dehydrated fruits and vegetables. Locally, there is Farm to Summit, but they do not offer dehydrated smoothies at the moment. What sets us apart from these competitors is we are an all-in-one dehydrated smoothie, right? As you can see in the ingredients list we gave out to you, there's milk in there, there's seeds, there's wild rice with offers protein. We're all in one, and it's almost a meal in itself. And I think we're unique in that one. Moving on, industry, I think we have a competitive edge as we get into the industry because we've already talked to natives. I mentioned them before, but they're a brand that was created by a professional chef, wants to promote indigenous food in the nation. And they already agreed with us that once we have wholesaling capabilities, they will stock our product in Minneapolis, where their storefront is, and on their online sales.
And for marketing, as we mentioned, this is going to be very vital for our company because we will have the e-commerce platform, and getting sales from our social medias to that platform will be very vital, which is why we will have like blog sections where we'll have content about the ingredients list and their benefits. We'll also have ways to use Cup because you can do the drink style, or you could even use it as an additive to yogurts or overnight oats or something like that. And our target market, as we have mentioned, is indigenous communities. Mostly those who are experiencing these food deserts and don't have the access to fresh foods. My tribe in particular, a lot of the stores that we have, a lot of the produce is already rotten or molding or just
not very even ripe anymore by the time it gets there. And our second target market will be health conscious consumers, for those outside of the communities that stumble across our content and want to purchase from us and want to try these ingredients, because a lot of people haven't had wild rice as a source of protein unless they are typically from indigenous communities. And packaging, cost effective, like we mentioned. They're also resealable, so if you don't want to use all of it at once, even though it is a serving, you're fine to reseal it and keep it for up to a year due to the shelf life of the dehydration process. And our social media marketing content is not only just to promote our product, but it's also to engage our customers, teach them about our ingredients, even if they want to make it themselves at home. And also just kind of be fun with it and get the younger generations excited about fun foods that are also healthy. And then also email marketing with just different promotions, being able to have our consumers sign up and get like exclusives for new flavor drops and also just different coupons as well. And there is our Instagram and TikTok. The first person in the audience to follow us can get a free sample from us, so go ahead and follow us. We're pretty easy to find. Our SEO is pretty up there because there is one other company called Cup, but they are a dissolving company and they did mechanical tools, so.
Sweet, moving on to financials. I think it's great, a good thing to mention about our financials is we're not solely out for profit, right? We want to help our people. We want to offer a product that's reachable and attainable by our people, right? And not a lot of our people can spend $10 on a drink alone, right? With our competitors selling theirs, I think you have to buy a batch of 24 for $50. I think that's the cheapest price against us. And so here we have net revenue, gross margin, operating income, cash flow, from year 1 to year 3. I think it's great to mention that we still show a profit. We also incorporated that we're not doing like 50 bags a day, right? We understand that we are students, that we are students first, and we have to operate within means and show that in our financial. And then starting cost for our financials were really cheap, like I mentioned. I think our first dehydrator was less than $100. Started with a batch of fruit that was $10, and we kind of just experimented for flavors. Summary, how can you help us? What are we looking for? What do we want? I think the most important thing is the experience, the information you give back to us, your reviews, see how you like it, what do you want to change about the drink, right? With you guys just tasting it. But also, we expect a surge in sales, so we need equipment upgrades. The dehydrators we are using now are $200 each. And then even things like food processors cost $150, $200. And then even just implementing our product packaging and stuff, we want to use bigger sizes because I think it's kind of a waste just to ship one serving to be out people and give one serving out to people. I think each one should have at least 10 servings, right? I think it's just economically and more sustainable that way. Marketing initiatives, like we said, we're going to prioritize the e-commerce platform. So a website is at least $200 a year, upwards of $5, and I think that'll help us. And we also have ingredient sources. If we want to build relationships with local farmers and local businesses, we have to spend money. Either way, we have to say, oh, we want this much money or this much product, and we have to buy in bulk. And that kind of entails with our equipment, because if we have to buy in bulk and we have to buy all this product, we need to be able to dehydrate it and turn it into an actual sellable product. Operational expenses. It is cheaper, but it's still a thing. We need cleaning products. We need rent for a dehydrated commercial kitchen. I forgot to say that too. We are operating a commercial kitchen here on campus, which is a huge thing, but after school, we will need to pay for a dehydrated kitchen. And then licensing, I think that's huge, especially in our public health industry, because we do need to meet FDA regulations. We do need certain licenses, even though we already need licenses under the school. And yeah. I wanna say on behalf of Chuck, on behalf of Michelle, I wanna say thank you, I wish to see you. Any questions, I'd love to answer some questions.
Are you guys thinking of any kind of boost the next generation of the product?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, our next wash happy flavor, that one will be a lot more sweeter. And then also just being able to figure out the ratios and actually get like a nutritionist on the team with us to figure out the exact quantities per like vitamins and everything will be it's our next step product wise.
Yeah, and then like after research is done, right, milk is a big allergen, especially in our community, right? A lot of people can't handle milk, and then we have milk in it, so I think we just have to research using oat milk, like coconut milk and different like alternatives to it, so it's actually suitable to everyone.
What about, have you guys thought about in the future, other products like fruit bowls and small snack bites? Is that?
Yeah, we were looking into supplements. That would be very tricky as it'd be more so the vitamin industry. And then we were also looking into like almost like a more natural energy drink that also has the nutrients and isn't like so carbonated in case that's like not really something that you can process very well.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking about, like, at some point, if you guys get to those next products, you're gonna want to start finding like certain customization options that would be available to, you know, to other products that would just be ideal for, because I would imagine you'll need to get beyond that initial market you're looking at, because it is focusing on the tribal communities you're talking about is a very limited market from an economies of scale standpoint. So you probably want to start looking at other options that are providing those margins that you can start reaching the national stage. But that's why I bring up the food bowls and snacks.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think you have a great story and tying that into what you're trying to do from a mission standpoint, using like, I think, alluding to like making more money commercially, that helps you get product to your communities in a way that accomplishes the goals of the whole thing. But I think there's positive marketing around that too. But this tastes really good, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's really probably a great first step.
Have you guys thought about going after like the health market at all, like getting your stuff in gyms and things like that? I mean, selling it that aspect. I know a lot of gyms have like little, supplement sections and things like that. And, especially in the outdoor industry, dehydrated foods, backpacking, things like that, mountain biking. There's a lot of demand for something like that. And it's really small, portable, light. So that would be a way to scale your guys' business. And then you could, going off the positive marketing towards getting it into your local communities. You could, for every bag sold, you could donate a bag to somewhere in a local community. And I know the footwear company, Tom's, I think it was, did a lot with that. I think 5 years ago or so. And that could help grow your business and help it scale rapidly. I did have a question about production. As you guys scale, what's your production look like? I know you guys mentioned that your students, things like that, dehydrators. Do you foresee like ever having such a big operation that you need to upgrade the power grid for dehydrators and stuff like that? And would it be cost effective at that point to go to a freeze style dehydrator rather than an electronic one? Have you guys looked into that at all?
That's a great question, and I think we've thought about it a lot, and I hope we grow to that point. I hope we get to those like stressors and things to worry about. I think we're getting to a point where we like can operate in a commercial kitchen and we just have dehydrators there. And I think once it's past that point, because in a commercial kitchen, you can have commercial dehydrators and commercial freeze dryers. So I think once it gets there, and if we need to grow, we will grow to like a facility where it can produce that. And I think we're like right now, we like the value of electrical dehydration because it is so cultural, because it's closer to like sun dehydrating than what our ancestors did. And so that's why we did it now, but also it's way cheaper, right? One little tiny thing for a freeze dryer is $4,000, and that was not an expense we could take out.
No, I
And
understand.
so I think once we have that, and once we can test and do the right research, we would love to implement freeze dryers. I think it has a longer shelf life and it, holds better nutritional value a long times, yeah. Well, and with that, like different industry, we have thought about getting into the like working out industry with like a protein powder because wild rice is so protein packed and so nutritious. We thought of that and making it our own little twist on it and then incorporating it into that market. And I think this already really goes with the outdoors market already because it is like kind of similar to what people are doing in the outdoors market, but it has that more indigenous ingredients and whole, right, and milk, and like, I think we're above ingredients list, we have more protein, more fiber and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, just to add to those questions about the operation. Ultimately, if you scale this thing up, for this particular industry, it's a very, very, it's a low margin business. Ultimately, net margins are around 3%. The purchasing cost is like 43% of the revenues, and wages are generally 28%. So there's not a lot left over for overhead and other expenses. And so, because I know right now you guys are operating kind of like with a lot of support essentially. The local, the kitchen you said here?
Yeah.
And such, but yeah, when it becomes, a larger viable business, there's gonna be additional costs that need to be factored in. So the efficiencies, building in a lower product margin, or build, try to support stronger product margins is gonna be really important in this business. So as you continue to think this thing through, those are the type of things you're gonna be thinking about. Because it's once it starts scaling up, the costs pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Because when you start sourcing for large production, you start sourcing the fruit and things you're putting in there, you're gonna have to go to a larger supplier, where you're gonna have to have some special arrangements with supporting hedging your costs essentially.
Yeah. I think that's why we're really incorporating that like kind of like food aspect too, because it's like it is more accessible to us at a lower price, right? Like it's still good fruit, it's still easily like it's just like it's able to like consume, but it's just not being used. And that way we can like not barter, but kind of negotiate with these farmers and local suppliers that like it's just gonna go to waste if you just keep it, right? Like let us take it off your hand and like produce it into an actual product.
There's a local nonprofit called the Good Food Collective. I don't know if you guys know them at all. They're one of my customers and a neighbor to my shop. And they get grants from the federal government and take and purchase crops and things like that from local farmers and help distribute them to the community. And the owner's name is Rachel, and she's awesome. And I can definitely put you guys in contact with her if you were interested in that. She'd totally put this. She'd be all about it. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Are there any more questions from the judges? No? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, no, I didn't ask you to take that. I don't. I just, I wouldn't, I don't want to walk in the street. Just green drinks. I like water crops. Yeah. And three essentials. But no, I actually. Yeah. It's open. Last one, right? Yeah. All right.
Just got good. I thought my hands were sitting in sweat. I was like, I really can't open this here.
Do you want to stay with her?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to sit in the back there, I'm just gonna give you 5 minutes to design one. Yeah. Great. Goodbye.
Yeah, it is just like.
Like this. Gotta be fun, but. Great. Years.
But those really, you know, people from all walks by doing the spread of work that we do, and I've got friends that are going for $100,000 quote for the, like a fully restored their car, and I've got friends that are like, "Oh, you guys don't need, I know, an hour with the labor teacher, she's really making the school, things like that, so the amount of people that we can help out and the connection is pretty cool. Yeah, so, but yeah, I definitely, no, I. People right. Fundraising, things like that. It goes around. So. Yeah, I enjoy the client, I'm mostly one of the clients that we got this long-term relationships. We have like a 78% customer retention rate, and like 40% of our customers, live in Grand Rapids. We'll just, like, they come here every week. Oh, well, you guys did me right when I was on vacation here last week. I drove here, my car needs some work. That means go hard. So like that speaks a lot. Never know, what we try to do. Depending on what for us. Yeah, generally, repairs, I mean, we have availability, like, right now, we're running about 4 to 5 days out, on diesel repair and things like that, we're about a week out. Simple maintenance, somebody, classics and hot rod done, but it also.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's great.
and that's if I get everything done on time.
Yeah.
Which never happens. Well, it happens, it's just, it's never easy. Perfect. How much do you think?
Yeah, and then I'll start reading. We're either there like at 7, like at 8:30. Yeah. Run through, get my desk.
Yeah, what's lunch?
Yeah, and then. We were from the beginning, it's more like a giant, like,
I know, I like the randomness of the schedule, like whenever you feel in the middle of, you know, go to the, yeah, sometimes I'll wait. Last year, I was like, it's hard straight, because I'm just like, I'm feeling inspired right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit.
That's a little, I couldn't sustain that.
But I shouldn't be able to, but for some reason I can't. I'm not extremely, so like, I've never, I think 4 hours just keeps fun.
Yeah.
Judges are really ready?
Yeah, something like that.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Awesome, you can start whenever you please.
Yeah, they're doing a good job with this.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Brandon Pearson, founder of Trial by Art. I'm going to start off with a question for everyone in the room. First one being, how many of you consider yourselves artists? Show of hands. For those of you that didn't raise your hand, have you ever wanted to be an artist in any sort of artistic form? Show of hands. Well, Trial by Art, good news, is for everyone in this room. You might be asking yourself by now, it's not working. You're probably asking yourself right now, what is Trial by Art? Well, Trials by Art is an organization dedicated to inspiring community, dedicated to inspiring creativity, fostering community, and making an impact through the mediums of music, design, film, and photography. And our mission at Trials by Art is to provide accessible opportunities for people of all ages and backgrounds to engage in creative expression, connect with others, and contribute to positive change within their community. And our vision at Trials by Art is that we envision a vibrant community, an inclusive community where creativity knows no bounds, where diversity is celebrated, where every individual has the opportunity to express themselves through the creative talents in art. That brings us to the problem. The problem that Trials by Art has recognized is that in vibrant community farms in New Mexico, individuals and artists face significant challenges in accessing resources that inspire creative expression in music, design, film, and photography. Despite the rich cultural heritage of the region, there exists a notable gap between opportunities for artistic exploration, skill development, community engagement, particularly for people of underserved populations. The 5 challenges that we've established that Trials by Art faces is limited access to artistic resources. Many residents in Farmington lack access to affordable artistic resources such as workshops, equipment, instruments, and mentorship, inhibiting their ability to express themselves and develop their creative talents. Number 2 being youth engagement and development. Youth in the community often lack structured opportunities to learn about arts outside of traditional academic settings, thus resulting in limited exposure to different art forms and pathways and careers in art. Number 3 being limited cultural programming. So the way that we see it is that local artists and creatives lack to gain visibility in the community. They lack support for their work, and they lack a sense of sustainable income opportunities, thus creating a sense of isolation within the artistic community. Number 4 being limited cultural programming. Farmington lacks comprehensive cultural programming, artistic initiatives that celebrate the diversity of its residents, promote cross-cultural exchange, and address pressing social issues through artistic exploration. Number 5 being barriers to collaboration and networking. Artists and cultural organizations face significant barriers to collaboration and networking, resource sharing due to a fragmented art ecosystem within the Four Corners area. They also lack a centralized platform for communication and coordination. And the impact of these issues is that the absence of accessible and inclusive artistic resources hinders the personal and professional growth of individuals and stifles the development of the private arts community that we know is in this area. It also limits the ability for Farmington to leverage its cultural assets for social and economic development. Trials by Art seeks to address these challenges by providing a dynamic platform for artist exploration, community impact, community engagement, and social impact in the Four Corners area. And through our diverse programs and initiatives in music, design, film, and photography, we aim to democratize access to artistic resources, empower individuals to express themselves through art, and build a more inclusive and vibrant arts community in the Four Corners area. This brings me into our strategic plan. So at Trials by Art, we see a 4-phase plan. First plan comes with marketing. Trials by Art really understands the importance of grassroots marketing in the Four Corners community. Growing up there, we've seen a lot of different organizations, a lot of different nonprofits, a lot of different small businesses come and go, invading my lifetime of 27 years. And so Trials by Art is trying to understand that there is a huge difference in our market than other markets. It's not just like the people who come in every day who live in this region. There is a huge influx of people from 46,000 up to 70,000 people who come to Farmington because it is an e-commerce hub. And so how are we going to get people to come and spend their hard-earned money at Trials by Art, to want to spend their time at Trials by Art? And so we're going to do that through workshops, through concerts, and expeditions, film screenings, and festivals. So our plan is to host 12 art workshops a year. So that means one art workshop a month. That means connecting with different artists in the community to come promote their work, to come teach local artists, the youth about their work and the power that it has. In addition to that, we want to have 6 concerts a year. So that's about a concert every 2 months. We feel that's significant time to market the concert, to figure out who's actually going to headline, and how we're going to continue to support the community through our concert efforts. In addition to art exhibits as well. So there's tons of amazing artists around here. If you just take a look, you know, they even paint the trash cans here in Durango, you know, but Farmington is not as artistically enabled. You know, they don't allow artists to really create, to kind of be themselves in a way that promotes artistic exploration within the community, specifically the youth. So we want to have those art exhibits. We want to do food drives. One big event that I want to do is a skate competition where everyone who wants to participate has to come and donate some food. Everyone who wants to come and watch has to donate some food. And then we have a local artist build either a painting or whatever they desire, and that's the top prize, right? Is you get to walk away with a custom painting from this competition. I think it's much more, to me, that's much more valuable than walking away with $200 or something like that. You're walking away with something that represents the culture, the community, and the effort that you just put in to benefit. And so that also brings us to murals, right? So if you drive to Farmington, if you've been to Farmington, there's no art. All the buildings are brown, stucco colored. Where's the murals? Where's the cultural representation in the Four Corners area that we see in Durango? Why doesn't it carry down south of the border to New Mexico? That's the real reason Child by Art is here, is to make those artists, enable those artists, and connect with the municipalities. So that brings us to our long-term goal. Those workshops, those concerts are going to continue to go on. They're going to happen within the one to 2 years of Child by Art. But 3 to 5 years, we want to see a Center for Creation in San Juan County that houses our music, our film, our photo, and our design studios where people can come and create. In addition to that, we want to hold our own exposition and venue space, so that we are a one-stop shop for artists to come and create in terms of music, design, film, and photography, really enabling them to come to one spot so they have to go to here, to here, to here, to here, in a place like Farmington where it's 12 to 15 miles, you know, within different resources. And so that's really how we're going to become sustainable, is through those social enterprises, which brings me to my key partnerships, which includes local schools. So I'm at Lomax College. I'm a transfer student in Fort Lewis. It's really been a powerful moment for me to work with San Juan College and to be able to go back and work with San Juan College in a different capacity as a student. Partnering with Farmington Municipal Schools, like I was saying, me and my co-founders, who I'll introduce in a minute, we all grew up in Farmington. We all grew up in the Four Corners area, and there is a consistent lack in resources outside of the academic setting. So Child by Art is here to facilitate those resources outside of traditional academic settings. And local artists and creators, obviously, Child by Art is for the local artists. It's for them to build a platform. It's for them to connect. It's for them to collaborate, and ultimately make a positive impact in the community. And then also cultural and art organizations within Farmington. We know that the Four Corners area, San Juan County, is a cultural hub. There's many different diversities there. We experience many different people, different population segments. And by tapping into that, we feel we can connect at least culturally and stay culturally relevant within our community. And that brings me to local businesses and corporations. So Farmington, maybe not home to as many small businesses as Durango, but they're there, you know, and they need to represent themselves culturally. And I feel like if we can help with their marketing by tapping into the cultural community that Farmington represents, that Farmington embodies, by providing murals that represent their industry, whatever the industry may be, whatever cultural ties they may have, that draw people in to their buildings, that make people want to, you know, I'm gonna go stop and take a picture of that mural inside of the building, and then they're gonna look at the sign and see, hey, this is a cell phone store. Let me go in here, a local cell phone repair store. Let me go in here, see what's up, you know. And so just kind of promoting more marketing within our murals. And that leads me to tourism, media outlets, and municipalities. And so as we grow, we want to connect with tourist organizations like hotels and other tourism organizations in Farmington to establish ourselves as the prime art resource for people. So if we're doing any sort of advertising for our local artists, get on the advertising for them instead of having some standardized advertising that came from the city of Farmington that isn't culturally diverse, you know. So representing the culture that it really embodies our community is important. Connecting with media outlets. So what I want to do is, we know the Tri-City Record up and coming, it's a great paper. A lot of people have started to read it. It's printed locally. It's important. It's not like the Daily Times or the Dragon Herald anymore. And so I feel like tapping into that local news outlet to promote our artists and have maybe monthly articles about upcoming child by art, to promote their work, show their work in the newspaper, let the community know that child by art is influencing artists and helping them build and be recognized. And that brings you to my team. First off, my name is Brandon Pierce, again, founder and executive director of Child by Art. Over here to my right and left, you have Kenny So, co-founder and director of outreach for Child by Art. Then you have Katie Adams, co-founder and director of music for Child by Art. Like I said, we've all grown up in Farmington, Four Corners area. We have different expertise. Mine is in marketing. Mine is kind of just establishing and facilitating the organization where these guys have a real skill, right? So Caden, he's been a self-taught musician for the last 16 years, knows multiple different instruments, has helped guide me to learn instruments, and he's a true teacher. And so by having him on my team is really important. And Kenny is a self-made entrepreneur through social media. He's amassed over 5,000 followers for his own social media brand. That's why it's community outreach. He is a personal person. He wants to talk to you, he wants to connect with you. And I feel like he's a good representation of the underground communities that Child by Art is trying to reach. And that brings me into our financial overview, which this is, as I'm coming into this, it's assumptions, right? But everything changes. These are assumptions without research, let me tell you. But we have done our research here. We do see that our key social enterprises are art workshops, art exhibits, concerts, merchandise, murals, and special events, and grants and donations. We understand as a nonprofit how important sustainability is and how important it becomes sustainable through our own work and our own enterprises. And so that's why we developed these. So this is a 5-year projection of what we expect to make in terms of funding sources. So art workshops makes up 5%, art exhibits makes up 7%, concerts make up 6%. Merchandise makes up 8% because that's something we can sell year round. Community murals makes up 4%. It's kind of limited on if people want them. I can't just go, here, we're gonna give you a mural, give us some money. So special events make up less than 1% of our revenue. When I say special events, I mean these fundraisers, facilitating our people to be able to host these fundraisers for people who have to pay. So that goes into our costs and our grant donations. So if we look at our grants and donations, historically, on average throughout the nation, many nonprofits rely on 80% grants and donations to keep themselves afloat, to maintain themselves as a nonprofit. Child by Art relies on 69%. It's not a huge difference, but to me that's 11%. Whenever we get into millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, that 11% adds up to be $100,000. And so by maintaining our social enterprises, we plan to be 31% sustainable by 2029. Next year is our expenses. So like many nonprofit organizations, we have expenses in terms of program implementation, administration expenses, marketing, program development, miscellaneous expenses. But 50% of our expenses is program implementation. So with $10,000 potentially at stake today, I would use that to get equipment for my people, to get equipment for the youth to be able to access musical resources. So I mean cables, I mean PA systems, I mean speakers, I mean instruments, to be able to enable the youth to come and use these. And that brings me to my call to action. So as we stand here today on the threshold of possibility, envisioning the future of the community, I urge you to join us in our mission to transform their lives, ignite creativity, and build a more vibrant and connected Four Corners area. With $10,000 at stake in this business pitch competition, we have the opportunity to make a tangible difference in the lives of individuals, families, and artists in our community. Child by Art is not just about creating art, it's about creating impact. And it is about empowering individuals to find their voice, fostering the sense of belonging, and driving positive social change through the transformative powers of music, design, film, and photography. So I implore you judges, sponsors, and competitors to recognize the value Child by Art brings to the Farmington area. And let's come together to harness our collective resources and pave a way for a brighter, more creative future for all. Thank you for your consideration, your support, your belief in art to change lives. Together, let's make Child by Art a catalyst for change in the Four Corners area.
Yeah.
So on your milestones, I see, you're talking about maybe organizing something this summer of 2024.
Yes, that's a big time. So as a student, graduating in May, I'm gonna have a lot of free time to not think about homework, to not think about projects, and to really put my focus. Because as a student, child art kind of been on the back burner. You know, I'm a highly motivated student, full-time student, first generation. Help found the first generation club around campus. And so I've been a really active student in child arts, and something that's been in the works for 3 to 4 years now. It's been forming, it's been changed a lot. We've had ideas that we trashed, and ultimately we came to the decision to have it as a nonprofit. And one of the first things we want to do is that food drive skate competition this summer. As a student here at Fort Lewis, I've connected with many amazing talented athletes, from skateboarders to snowboarders to skiers to you name it. You know, they're out here, and I really want to partner with them to bring community impact to them, but also help places like places that have helped me in the community, like Man Food Kitchen. So we don't really have something like that in Farmington. So if I can really bring that drive and help nonprofit organizations see that there's a need for it here, then I think it's really important. Another thing we want to do is, so Child Art prides itself on being anti-establishment. One thing that we want to do is have a backyard concert. You know, you ever been in the old days to those grimy backyard concerts where people are, it's connected, you know what I mean? And so I feel like that really is going to let people know what Child Art is in terms of being anti-establishment. It's not here to make music. It's here to help you, it's here to help create, but it's not here to necessarily do what the city of Farmington tells us to do. You know, it's here to really promote artistic exploration, and sometimes that's done through anti-establishment behavior. Any other questions?
Yeah, it took me a little bit of time just to find it. I did find it later in the reading that it's a nonprofit organization, and that's great to know. And that you have an event coming up soon. So I'm just curious, have you already established the organization legally? You have a TIN number?
We do not have a TIN number yet. We're not necessarily licensed as your nonprofit or anything like that. So that is the next step. I really used the optic to kind of give me a shove to start making these decisions and to do this, you know. So really hard to about experience and understanding like what the next steps are, and if Child Art, we believe it's viable, but does the community believe it's viable?
And I love what you're trying to do. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, I grew up in the Four Corners area too, so I can sympathize with you guys about the lack of things to do.
Yeah.
I grew up in
It really is a lack. And it's either, for me growing up, it was either sports, trouble, and there was really limited access to artistic exploration unless it was under the academic setting, right? And I feel like that does kind of squander some artistic exploration. If you gotta do this, and you gotta do this, and you gotta do this, and you gotta do what your teacher says. Screw that. You know?
Yeah, there's definitely some artistic talent out there that could be found. I mean, I grew up out there too, and I met a lot of people that from my community out there that passed on really had exceptional artistic talent. It just had an early demise, and it's really unfortunate. One thing I would recommend is, just consider getting the organization started as a viable or legal institution. But first also thinking about what kind of a board you're going to be into play, because as executive director, you're going to want an answer to a board that can do a lot of things. Having been on nonprofit boards throughout my career, they're the ones that are successful are the ones that have really solid fundraising. Right. Because as much as you want to run at 69% donations, you're not going to start there. It's guaranteed. And it's going to take a long time to get there. I mean, I'm from nonprofit down in Albuquerque that is pretty significant, but we still have a level of donation funding, even though we sell a lot of tickets. So that's something that you really have to think through about who you're going to get on that board. What kind of powerful are you going to have? They need to be the fundraisers. They need to be the face and the image of your organization to bring in those dollars. And ultimately, those big dollars like a Mackenzie Scott, you do want the MetLife Foundation. You want all these large organizations out there to be looking at you, and it's going to be the power of the board that's going to help you get that kind of reach. Even like this skateboarding event you're talking about in summer, something like that. I mean, a great person to reach out to for promoting that within that local community is Navajo Nation President Boone Adler. He's on skateboarding. And why not
I've seen the videos.
start the process of getting him interested in it? Maybe you can arrange it with the other nonprofits in the city, because that's the other thing. When it comes to nonprofit organizations, the power of your organization comes from your collaboration with others too. You know, it's, you gotta help each other. It's very important. The United Way of San Juan is going to be an extremely important partner because they bill out dollars to organizations like yours. And those are going to be the partners you got to work with. So just some thoughts.
No, thank you, I appreciate that, and putting from a sustainability standpoint, like my mentors have all drilled into me the importance of being sustainable as a nonprofit. Even if it means we're still gonna rely on our portion of our income and our revenue to come from grants and donations, but we feel, I understand the importance of sustainability, and 69% is just like another milestone. I feel like that's 5 to 10 years down the road, at least, you know, in terms of becoming truly sustainable, but we plan on becoming sustainable through our social enterprises, but also at that point, I feel like the value, the community will see the value, resources like United Way San Juan will see the value, you know, if you're willing to help us donate and help us build up, you know, there is actually some art projects going on in San Juan County. There's 3 big art projects right now in terms of funding for nonprofits. So I just tap into those, go get my legality set up and through the city of Farmington kind of really become official, you know, but it's all getting there.
Yeah, because when you start getting those dollars, people talking.
Yeah.
They're gonna need to know that you gotta find a 1C3 status so that they can additional donations.
Thank you for that information. I really appreciate that. Anybody else?
What things have you already implemented to secure some funding, and do you have any experience writing grants and things like that? I hear you talk about these are the percentage of what we're gonna do with the money, but I haven't heard that you speak about how you're going to get the money.
Exactly, and so first step is becoming legal, you know, and starting with those workshops. So the good thing for us is we have a lot of equipment already in terms of music, and we have access to a lot of the startup costs are kind of minimal for us in terms of hosting these workshops. It's grassroots marketing and flyers and stuff like that. Social media we do have a social media account, but actually gaining the revenue, like you're talking about, starts with the smaller workshops that we can facilitate and to start generating revenue. And to answer your question, I necessarily don't have any grant writing experience, but I am going to take some classes. I'm going to do as much as I can to learn about grants. And I do actually work for a nonprofit at San Juan College called Trio EOC. So I am familiar with grants, not necessarily writing them though. So the structure and everything, I'm super familiar with that. But just taking it to the next level of writing grants for Child by Art is something that I do need to get through.
Okay, and then one final follow-up question. I've asked this a couple of times today to different people, but what are you guys doing for liability? Skate competitions,
insurance,
somebody gets messed up.
Insurance, but also waivers, you know, so we've seen over the last few years, disasters in terms of entertainment, you know what I mean, from huge concerts to people getting trampled to murdered, you know, dying of these things. And so really it's about providing insurance, spending one of our large expenses is going to be insurance, you know, maintaining, but also for a skate competition, I feel like skaters know what they're signing up for. We'll have a waiver that they have to sign before they can participate, negating of us from all liability in terms of that. But when it comes to concerts and workshops, we want our people to be safe. We want our patrons to be safe. So by providing insurance and security, taking it to the next level by tapping into, I guess, local resources to make sure that we are following, like I say we're anti-establishment to an extent, but we do want to still be able to support and partner with the cities to extend our art resources to them as well. So staying within the legality of things there, but also kind of supporting our artists and anti-establishment ways. Definitely keeping liability in mind, and insurance is one of our larger expenses for sure.
A nonprofit you could talk to is the Hive in Durango.
Yes, I've actually been working on, so I don't know if you noticed that they actually lost their space.
Yep.
And so that's the thing for Charles and I to be aware of too, is that well, for me, I feel like San Juan County is home to a lot of foreclosed oil field organizations that move on to different places where oil might be booming, you know, so there's oil filled like shops for sale everywhere, you know what I mean? And like obviously we've looked into that, we looked into the pricing there, and I think one thing. I've talked about it with some of my mentors, and they're like, well, obviously you need to rent or lease space, because it's not probably you don't buy your space, and I'm like, well, I think I want to be a little different in that way, to where we can secure space for our participants by owning it. Any other questions? Are we done?
All right, if there's no more questions from the judges, yeah,
Yeah, good.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you, Joe. It's in no over. Well.
Yeah, so. Results will be.
I'm taking signs over.
Okay. So, right, yeah. Sweet. Anything, it's like I go to the gala 4:30 and
Lovely.
What was that? Okay, you taking signs?
I think so.
Okay.
I want to introduce you.
Also, all of that, look, smart
Yeah.